Chapter 571. Bing mumbled to himself. Suddenly, the 6 spires lit up with dazzling light auras, causing Bing to be startled. Bing flicked the cigarette ash and continued, "Let's talk about the armor." The good news was that the energy here was very rich. Under the constant nourishment, the armor would be able to evolve. From the looks of it, the one with the highest possibility of evolving is this Ursa Major constellation's Ursa Major umbrella coat. Bing quivered. This strength, it's an army. So fast. Before he could rejoice, an even more dazzling light aura shone from the city walls. A solid light barrier blocked the blade aura. The invincible saber aura could only penetrate 3 inches into the city wall before it was unable to advance any further. Without borrowing any strength, Zhang Xian leaped forward. Bing was an expert in finding opportunities for his side when the enemy was strong. Based on the current situation, the power that the armor can unleash in the Sacred Saint Galaxy is 12 times that of Heaven's Road, and the energy that can be mobilized is 25 times. I just don't know how strong the real armies here are. What a pity. If there is an army here, we will know. Tang Tian's exhaustion faded like the tide. He felt his whole body brimming with strength. The energy on the surface of his body slowly flowed. Before he could react, "Hong!" a loud sound rang out, and the entire black castle shook violently. Boom! The Ursa Major umbrella coat was extremely eye-catching among the 7 sets of armor because it was already glowing with a faint gold color. Another piece of news that is neither bad nor bad is that as time passes, the nature of these armors will change. The nature of the energy here is completely different from Heaven's Road, and no one knows what it will become in the future. Crazy Tang ravaged them. The Red Grass Village's energy concentration was very high. It was much higher than the 12 zodiac temples. This place completely had the conditions to build a treasure city. Someone was attacking. Bing looked at the data in front of him and bit his cigarette. Still okay. In terms of energy, there was no need to worry. The local experts here were more than capable. But to truly unleash its might, unless it is a zero-energy body, if not, it requires a tyrannical fleshly body. I doubt if the martial artists here are up to the task, as the Sacred Saint Galaxy does not seem to have any blood meridians. When the time came, he would see if he could transplant the bloodline system over or bring some bloodlines over to try. Oh, I have to discuss this with Old Man Fei. Shi Sun was shocked by the light aura that suddenly lit up the Black Castle, but immediately after, he saw the blazing blade aura that the small group had unleashed with all their might, smashing onto the Black Castle walls. When the light dissipated, the Black City wall was left with a 6 to 7 feet long mark. Shi Sun looked at the shallow blade mark and knew that the blade aura could not pose any threat to the thick wall. On the city wall, a warrior in silver armor stood coldly. Shi Sun didn't even notice when the other party appeared. An army could mobilize a larger area of energy, and so could a treasure city. The 7 sets of armor greedily absorbed the surrounding energy, like 7 energy whirlpools. As time passed, the 7 sets of armor would continue to evolve and become even more powerful. The experienced and knowledgeable Shi Sun immediately realized the astonishing wealth contained within. In his eyes, the black desolate beach was like an ocean of money. The Ursa Major umbrella coat was like countless of wriggling silver pieces, engulfing Tang Tian. Countless silver armor wriggled along the surface of Tang Tian's body. When they landed, Tang Tian was already dressed. Bing waved his hand, and a unique armor flew in front of him. The silver armor was like a silver bear squatting down silently. It was mighty and majestic, and the most eye-catching thing was the thick and heavy silver umbrella on its back. These few words were spoken with the last bit of his strength and were hoarse and dry. Barbara returned to the blue world and said that he wanted to bring a powerful blue dwarf military general for Tang Tian. In Heaven's Road, everyone revered individual bravery, and armies were underestimated. On the contrary, in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, armies were the hegemons, and individual martial strength was easily underestimated. Don't look at how the grade of the 7 sets of armor were not high. They were all silver rank, and Ursa Major constellation had spent a lot of effort to gather them. Among star treasures, the armor was an extremely special existence. Bing had specially asked Shi Yong about this, and Shi Yong's answer was exactly the same as his judgment. In the 10,000 continents of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, the most popular was the army, and there was not much space for individual martial artists to survive. Thinking about the blade auras released by his entire team, and only left a shallow blade mark on the Black City wall, Shi Sen's heart immediately became extremely passionate. Tang Tian was in an extremely strange state. Little Fool in his body contained an astonishing amount of energy, and outside his body was also surging with energy, while his zero-energy body was stuck in the middle. And what made Tang Tian even more surprised was that the layer of isolation belt actually allowed Little Fool's control to increase greatly. Such a strange effect was never seen or recorded in any ancient records. Tang Tian and the rest were unable to receive any support. Then is this plan useful or not? Tang Tian felt that his strength had recovered a little and raised his head to ask. A completely new type of material with powerful properties and astonishing quantity. They had truly struck it rich this time. To be able to enter the Sacred Saint Galaxy, only the few of them, and among them, only Bing was able to lead the troops into battle. In the short term, they were unable to open up the passage to Ursa Major constellation, and that also meant that the armies of Ursa Major constellation were unable to enter the Sacred Saint Galaxy. That's right, it was the Blackstones. The opponent was coming for the Blackstones. In Bing's vision, he only saw a silver light shooting out like an ice-cold blade aura. It flashed in the air. The opponent's knees were slightly bent, his body leaning forward. That's good. Tang Tian mumbled for the past few days. He was like a lab rat and was tormented to death, looking at the Black City walls that only had shallow blade marks. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the Blackstones that could be seen everywhere on the desolate beach, and his pupils suddenly released a blazing light aura. Above the two of them floated 7 different silver armors. But Sai Lei was obviously not a person who was willing to follow the rules, and Bing also felt that ordinary treasure cities did not have much meaning. The energy was extremely abundant. Saints did not have spirit domains. The control of energy was not refined enough. Every set of armor could mobilize an astonishing amount of energy. How to defend the Black Castle became the biggest problem in front of Bing. Ordinary treasure cities would definitely not be able to deal with armies formed by saints, and that was why there was such an innovative plan. But these armors had extremely high requirements for the user. Such an astonishing amount of energy, the burden and corrosion it produced was extremely intense. Without a strong body, it was impossible to withstand it. He could feel the resonance of the armors in the 6 obelisks. He could mobilize the energy of the entire Black Castle and give the enemy a fatal blow. He did not do that. His gaze was firmly locked onto the enemy. Suddenly, Shi Sen's pupils constricted. When all these characteristics were gathered bit by bit, the judgment in Bing's heart gradually formed. It was different from Heaven's Road, where the saints revered individual strength. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, it was the armies that reigned supreme. The 6 sets of armors entered the 6 obelisks, leaving only the Ursa Major umbrella coat floating in front of Tang Tian. I'm rich. Tang Tian held onto his knees, perspiration flowing down his face like a meandering stream, dripping onto the floor. He looked as though he had just come out from the water. His clothes were drenched in perspiration. His face was slightly pale. His heavy breathing was like a bellow. He felt that he could not even move a finger. Shursen's pupils suddenly dilated. Pa Jing Hao and the other two were forced by Tang Tian to train their fleshly bodies. They were all zero-energy bodies, but their fleshly bodies were not considered tyrannical, and that would limit their abilities. The unique armor, the style was different from any family he knew, releasing a terrifying aura coldly staring at him. How is it? It's useful. Bing puffed out a smoke ring. To the current situation where we lack an army, this plan is probably the most suitable. We only need a small number of fighting men, and we can defend the Black Castle. Of course, we need to teach them how to use the armors. The energy that was highly compressed into blade auras under the powerful force, its structure was destroyed, and it exploded. The 6 sets of armors transformed into 6 silver light and entered the 6 obelisks, and the Ursa Major umbrella coat was placed in the center of the Black Castle, forming a resonance with the 6 sets of armors. Tang Tian did not care. From his extremely fatigued state, he immediately entered a battle state. It was not that his fatigued body had recovered, but he placed all of his attention on the battle. He needed to end it quickly, even though it was not the first time they saw it. But every time they saw it, Tang Tian's visual impact was like a sharp blade, aura. Bing could not help but feel his blood boiling. Tang Tian's reaction was faster than Bing. His eyes lit up with a cold aura. In that moment, he had entered a battle state. Enduring the pain in his body, he suddenly jumped, pouncing on the Ursa Major umbrella coat floating above his head. He was not surprised, but happy. He dared to confirm the Black Castle standard was much stronger than any other stronghold. What did that mean? It meant that the other party viewed this place with great importance, and that the wealth contained here was definitely astonishing. The Sacred Saint Galaxy had the most fertile land for the development of armies. The most ordinary villagers all had decent strength. As long as they trained, they would be able to form a decent fighting strength. And because the energy was too abundant, they were natural saints. So the fighting style of the people here was biased towards large-scale attacks, lacking finesse and variations. On the contrary, due to the lack of energy in Heaven's Road, it forced the martial techniques system of Heaven's Road to walk on the path of digging deeper. The Treasure City was a unique type of city in Heaven's Road. Using high-grade star treasures as the core, it could sort out the star power around the city and form a gigantic star power network. Regardless of whether it was defense or attack or daily training, it was extremely beneficial. As a famous general, Bing's insight was not something that others could compare to. In the past few days of observing in secret, he had a rather good understanding of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Tang Tian was used to experiment these few days to find out exactly how strong a body was required to be able to bear the burden of these armors. Other than that, Bing also needed to understand what use each set of armors could display in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. To them, the domination of armies was definitely not good news. Black rocks. Bing's excited shout came out from behind. What was even more powerful was that the 7 sets of armors formed a stable energy network, and all the energy within a radius of 50 kilometers was under their control. A dazzling light ball enveloped the city wall. Tang Tian appeared on the city wall. Wait a minute. This action. The slightly closed eyes of the Ursa Major bear revealed an indescribably cold and sharp aura carrying the umbrella. It stood there silently. Its entire body was covered in silver armor, like bulging muscles, containing an astonishing amount of power. Chapter 572. But the inheritance of Ursa Major constellation was the Ursa Major star's umbrella. Shursun took the lead, his body moving along with his blade. The other soldiers were all shocked. They all knew that their master was going to risk his life. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind. Come on, kill. Shursen's expression changed greatly. He could not believe his own eyes. How could there be someone who could release such a terrifying punch? He watched helplessly as the butterfly-like blade gleams that filled the sky melted like snowflakes. The corners of Shursen's mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile. It had been a long time since he had met an idiot who dared to charge into his formation alone. Shursen was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but laugh. His silver armor was like that of a bear, and his muscles were bulging. He was majestic and mighty. Suddenly taking out an umbrella, he looked indescribably comical. After wandering for so many years, only 46 of the original 500 people were left. Have a taste of the Ursa Major star's umbrella. The saber screen was instantly penetrated. The extremely excited waiter's expression suddenly froze. Tang Tian's body was like a drawn bow. His eyes suddenly expanded. He exhaled and punched. Right at this moment, the long blade in Shursen's hand was raised vertically in front of him. With a hint of demonic charm, he said in a low voice, "Jia Wu, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." They saw him as a hero and followed him. They fought everywhere and traveled to the ends of the earth. 500 armored soldiers withered without regret. "I want a piece of land. Dong dong." So that's how it works. Isn't this the principle behind the vortex? The feathers on his arms stood up one after another. They swept past the thick energy on the surface of his body at an astonishing speed. It was as if they were slicing through water. The feathers trembled in unison and gathered into a low hum like the roar of a bear in the depths of the jungle. Shursen's hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone crazy. A trace of pain appeared on his face. For the current him, this move was extremely taxing. It had to be said that Shursen had mobilized the energy of 51 people to construct a distorted force field, which was very powerful. To be able to combine the power of an army and use such a meticulous method to attack, Shursen's strength was undoubtedly displayed. Even Bing's eyes could not help but flash a look of shock and admiration. Tang Tian's fist suddenly shone brightly like the sun. Tang Tian didn't dodge at all. It was as if he hadn't seen it at all. He plunged headfirst into the huge net filled with countless invisible forces. At this moment, a silver light suddenly flew behind him, and a rather heavy silver umbrella appeared in Shursen's field of vision. Tang Tian's demonstration of pure physical strength was incisively and vividly demonstrated by Tang Tian. Wherever this punch passed through space, whether it was energy or strength, everything was annihilated. Little Fool, who was in a state of excitement, was extremely excited. It was the first time he had mobilized such an astonishing amount of energy. The black castle behind him was continuously pouring in a sea of energy. The fist aura gathered by the spiral force was not in the shape of a normal fist aura. Instead, it was in the shape of an irregular cone under the high-speed rotation. With a low roar like a cannonball, it plunged into the blade screen. The speed of the punch was so fast that even the layer of energy attached to the surface of his body was pierced through. The waiter mumbled to himself. He did not know why, but he was extremely excited, an excitement that he had never felt before. Although Urwo had many good points, it was stupid and stupid. Little Fool was not satisfied with it. Urwo's power was not stable at all. Sometimes it would show its dominance, but most of the time it would make all kinds of low-level mistakes. Shursen felt that it was a pity. The pure and vigorous energy tightly gathered on Tang Tian's body. It was like a layer of viscous liquid, adhering to the surface of Tang Tian's body, but was separated by Tang Tian's zero-energy body. To the extremely prideful Little Fool, if his other side was sunlight or passion, then it should be the perfect sunlight, the perfect kindness, and not stupid, not stupid. Little bear umbrella? Ha ha ha. I want victory. Chi chi chi. A thick layer of blade screen immediately rose around the entire group, The high-speed rotating blade screen was like a tornado formed by the blade auras protecting the entire group. His thoughts were pulled far away. In the past, when he was trapped in the enemy's formation, facing a hopeless situation, he relied on the ichthyosaur transformation to kill his way out from the thousands of soldiers and horses. Out of the 500 men under him, only 100 were left. The armor on his body seemed to be made well. Regiment after regiment of light auras continued to spread out. They quickly merged in the air, and when the 46th Regiment of light auras completely merged, an extremely ferocious chi seemed to rise up from the deep sea, suddenly appearing. Shursen's scalp went numb as he watched the fist auras sweep past less than 2 m away from him, consecutively piercing through the bodies of 2 guards, and then collided with the blade screen, and was destroyed. Tang Tian was completely unable to hear Little Fool's thoughts. Previously, Little Fool had realized the isolation of the zero-energy body was actually able to increase his control over energy. He had enough confidence to destroy the twisting power that was like a butterfly. Out of the 7 sets of armor, the Ursa Major umbrella armor evolved the fastest, and that was also the reason. Shursen waved the blade in his hand frantically. The soldiers beside him also waved their blades quickly. The sky was filled with blade auras like a group of butterflies dancing, crisscrossing in the air. It was extremely lively. The enemy's sinister faces, the passionate and greedy gazes, were reflected in his eyes. His mind, that was almost empty, only had instinctive thoughts. It was not a shout, not a roar. It was just a whisper like the wind. It was the young man's oath under the starry sky. This fellow, what is he trying to do? 2 fist auras once again pierced through the blade screen, taking away another 3 lives. In the blink of an eye, his troops had lost 10% of their men. His legs suddenly exerted strength. He was like a cannonball pouncing towards Shursen, who was rushing over. Danger! Tang Tian's entire body was releasing an extremely dangerous aura. The usual Tang Tian would occasionally reveal a beast-like aura, but most of it was tyrannical and not dangerous. Umbrella? In the air, Tang Tian, who was dressed in heavy armor, twisted his waist and retracted his fist. A fist that was as fast as lightning. The Ursa Major umbrella armor was the armor of Ursa Major constellation and had always been unpopular. The majority of the martial artists of Ursa Major constellation were swift and fierce, and the umbrella was such a delicate weapon and was completely disliked by them. More importantly, what Little Fool trained in was the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, and the might of the Ursa Major umbrella armor was displayed to its fullest in his hands. Every time Little Fool activated the mental cultivation technique of the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, the martial spirit of the Ursa Major umbrella armor would involuntarily cheer in joy. Shursen suddenly raised his head. His eyes lit up with a raging flame. Who knew if it was because he was too tired, but Tang Tian's state of mind was extremely calm, without any fluctuations. I want to win. Although the blade screen was pierced, but it still interfered with the opponent's lock-on, and the fist aura brushed past Shursen's shoulder by a few millimeters. For a force field that was constructed from energy, it required energy to break, and that was Little Fool's chance. What was the fool trying to do? As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, Little Fool's excitement disappeared without a trace. His heart was filled with disappointment. He was starting to be a fool again. Did I overestimate him? Tang Tian's body slightly leaned forward. He was like a violent silver bear that was accumulating power and preparing to pounce. His half-closed eyes opened at that moment. The cold aura that pierced straight into people's hearts was like light reflected on the snow-white blade edge. No, that was a spiraling energy. The first person to sense that something was wrong with Tang Tian was Little Fool. Shursen's eyes were about to pop out. The intense danger had completely ignited his ferocious nature. Thinking about that, His heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. He wanted a piece of land. He wanted everyone to be rich and powerful. He wanted to build an ancestral hall. He wanted to burn incense and paper for them during festivals. He wanted the 454 heroic spirits to have a place to return to. He wanted to settle down their families. That was what he held onto the palm of their hands. Before they died, they all secretly swore in their hearts. All of their bodies lit up with a misty light aura like many light fishes. Just at that moment, all of them released their energy at the same time, completely opening up to their teammates without holding anything back. A dazzling fist aura pierced through the complicated and chaotic force field and continued to enlarge in his eyes. This was Shursen's final trump card killing technique. The group of fish transforming into a dragon. The most difficult part of this technique was that it required unconditional trust between both parties. If any of them were to be on guard, it would cause the power of this technique to decrease greatly. They were like a school of fish, frantically pouncing towards the enemy. Shursen's face revealed a pleased look. This butterfly dance had buried countless heroes. All the invisible force fields were filled with killing intent, and when the force fields overlapped, it would reach an astonishing level. He had once ambushed 20 mechanical giants and forcefully twisted them into 20 large fried dough twists, all the bewitching vine-like power, in front of the ferocious fist, turned into ashes. Every blade, aura swept through the air, like a butterfly flapping its wings, bringing forth ripples. Suddenly, the air around Tang Tian became chaotic, countless of ripples intertwined in the air. Each ripple brought forth a small amount of twisting force. In the blink of an eye, a huge and complicated force field, like a net, enveloped Tang Tian. The unprecedented danger caused all the hairs on Shursen's body to stand. Without thinking, he placed his blade in front of him and shouted, "Wind! Dom! Wait a minute!" At that moment, the Fool's most instinctive battle state appeared, causing Little Fool to immediately become excited. He finally found a common point between the two. A battle should be like this. It should be dangerous and overflowing with killing intent. Blood should flow like a river. It should be cold and merciless, boiling blood. It should be the most beautiful flower in the world. The intense annihilation effect formed a hole. The energy on the surface of his body was frantically pulled at an astonishing speed, converging towards Tang Tian's fist. Under the disguise of a lunatic, is this the real you? Tang Tian's most proficient fundamental fist technique. Other than being fast, it had no other advantages. Tang Tian did not notice. It was as if he did not see the silver umbrella. "Kill, kill!" Little Fool's eyes were filled with blood. He roared in a low voice. Ichthyosaur transformation. Every blade, aura's trajectory, was extremely erratic and hard to predict. They flew around Tang Tian, sometimes far, sometimes near. "Kill! Wait a minute!" Little Fool's pupils dilated. He looked at Tang Tian's fist in disbelief. Little Fool was dumbstruck. What made him even more confused was all the energy on the surface of Tang Tian's body was being pulled by the small whirlpool. Bing, who had just flown up the city wall, coincidentally saw the scene. His pupils dilated. These blade auras. I want to defeat them. Chapter 573. Countless of energy flew out like snowflakes. Tang Tian's fist seal was instantly dispersed, and Shursen's ichthyosaur transformation's light aura also dimmed. Shursen's face flushed red. The sealed land was right in front of him. Shursen woke up in the afternoon. His injuries were not serious, but his eyes were empty and dim. He was extremely depressed. Before he lost consciousness, he was strangely calm. "I'm sorry, everyone." Tang Tian thought for a moment. Wait for Shursen and the rest to wake up, then think of something. But he did not expect that Shursen would actually make the first move. Without even saying a word, he immediately charged forward and lost. This made Wang Juanxian feel that his brain was not enough. Such a strong military general, such a strong team, actually lost and lost so thoroughly the entire team, from top to bottom, fainted. "What do I do? What do I do?" Gritting his teeth, Little Fool helplessly waved his silver umbrella. The 46 bodies, as though there was an invisible hand holding them up, the momentum of their descent immediately stopped. The 46 people landed steadily on the ground, while Tang Tian was like a silver high-grade scale, smashing heavily onto the ground. "I'm going to train." After saying that, Ling Su left angrily. The 46 figures lost control at the same time and fell from the sky. The power of Little Fool's attack was borne by the 46 people at the same time, causing them to suffer varying degrees of injuries. In the next moment, rhythmic snoring sounds came out from the shallow hole. Sensing Shursen's fighting intent, the 45 elite soldiers roared at the same time. "Bang! You guys must be protecting me from the heavens, right? You guys must be following me from the heavens, right? You guys must have never left, right? How can you say you have no clothes? Robes with your son. Wang Yu's army, repair my spear. Hatred with my son. That will only be me." Wang Juanxian did not dare to leave. He had already offended the vast star continent. If he were to surrender now, the vast star continent would not let the Shang continent off, and the entire Shang continent would be razed to the ground by the vast star continent. Wang Juanxian was not willing for his fellow countrymen to be conscripted as farmers, so how could he be willing to see the Shang continent razed to the ground? Jing Hao and the other two who struggled out from the desolate land had extremely ugly expressions. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned around and left to practice his swordplay. Roaring like a wild beast, Shursen's eyes turned red. All of his energy converged towards the long blade in his hand. The dragon-shaped light aura that enveloped the team revealed its sharp claws. Go to hell! They were one, and the light that enveloped them was like a dragon spreading its body, pouncing towards Tang Tian. Ding! Wang Juanxian's face was filled with despair. He initially wanted to use Master Meng Nen as a shield. He never expected that Master Shursen would suddenly make a move. However, what Wang Juanxian did not expect was that Lord Shursen actually lost. The waiter was about to explode from anger. The surging energy on the umbrella transformed into a vast sea of stars. Little Fool gently spun the umbrella handle. The sea of stars slowly rotated. It spun faster and faster. The blade at the tip of the umbrella trembled slightly as though it was being twisted into a grinding wheel. However, the powerful Shursen actually lost. This fool actually fell asleep. He actually fell asleep. Tang Tian quivered. He suddenly awoke from his daze. The soreness surged towards him like a tide, his face immediately contorting from the pain. There was also something that Tang Tian was familiar with: faith. Master Meng Nan's strength was actually so terrifying. Their only hope now was Master Meng Nan. The dragon shape dimmed, but the long blade in Shursen's hand floated with a bewitching light aura. The whistling sound in the sky suddenly disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped. All of the light aura in the world was gathered on the bewitching and beautiful long blade. Wang Juanxian, who had personally witnessed the entire battle, was dumbstruck, but when he regained his senses, his face slowly turned white. Shursen was an important figure of the vast star continent. If anything were to happen to him in the Shang continent, then the vast star continent would definitely flatten the Shang continent, leaving nothing behind. Wang Juanxian slowly chewed and gradually understood the taste. Tang Tian sat beside him. "We need to work hard," Crane said. He had not suffered such a huge setback for a long time. Although everyone knew that the Sacred Saint Galaxy's army was powerful, but the strength of the Sacred Saint Galaxy's army still shocked them. On the city walls, Bing was muttering to himself, occasionally recording down the details of the battle. He was extremely engrossed and did not even look at Tang Tian, who was sleeping soundly in the pit. "Am I going to die? That's great. I can see everyone again. I know you guys definitely never left. At that moment, he did not dare to hold back. The 6 obelisks had a reaction, and the energy converged into the silver umbrella, increased by a few times. To them, the saints of the sacred saint galaxy were not strong enough, but it was these weak saints, when they formed an army, that displayed a fighting strength that far exceeded their imagination. Shursun looked at the long blade in his hand. The light aura quickly dimmed, losing its beauty, losing its bewitching aura, transforming into ordinary iron, breaking into countless of fine sand, exploding in his palm. The silver-armored martial artist got closer and closer. Shursen's sinister face disappeared, leaving behind a solemn and pious look. The vast star continent would definitely not sit by and watch, and in the end, the most probable outcome would be an army pressing down. At that time, the Shang continent would completely become a dead continent, and they would definitely not let any living person of the Shang continent go. And the kid holding the umbrella, countless shattered auras flew like rain, like stars, like mist. It was so beautiful that it caused people to choke, but at the same time, it was so cruel that it caused people to choke. All of these elite old soldiers, any one of them was enough to beat Wang Juanxian until he crawled on the ground looking for his teeth. For Wang Juanxian to be the commander of the Precious Bright Village Regiment, he had this bit of judgment. All of these elite old soldiers were by themselves a huge fortune, and to those powerhouses who had the heart to develop an army, they were definitely not something that money could buy. Ling Su fiercely held onto his spear, his chest filled with rage. He did not care if it was an army or not. He was extremely enraged at his own failure. Did you guys see that? Until the second day, Tang Tian woke up from his slumber. After a good night's sleep, Tang Tian felt that the energy in his body was extremely abundant, and he had an endless amount of energy. Master Meng Nan's strength was terrifying, and the Ink Castle was also inconceivable. When he heard the last sentence, "Together with my son," his eyes became blurred with tears. A loud sound came out. The indestructible black stone ground was actually smashed into a shallow pit, and Tang Tian laid in the center of the shallow pit, not moving at all. The fist auras that he released immediately lost control. The originally condensed energy had signs of loosening. Shursen's fish transformation dragon coincidentally collided head-on. 46 people, their bodies changed, energy surged, and indistinctly formed dragon figures. Little Fool looked at the fool. Helplessly, "You can't even protect yourself, and you're still shouting about saving people?" He wished that he could just fall to his death. If not for the fact that he was his other side, he would definitely let him fall to his death. Definitely, definitely. "How can you say that you have no clothes? Together with my son. Wang Yuxing's troops repair my spear together with my son." Wang Juanxian's report was too important, so Tang Tian immediately gathered everyone. After hearing it, everyone was dumbstruck. They did not expect Shursun to actually have a backup plan, and specially left an army to guard Precious Bright City. If it dragged on for too long, the army would definitely have suspicions, and at that time, it would be a huge problem. At the moment, what they needed to do was to cover it up. The news of Shursun being captured must not be leaked out. There was still an army stationed in Precious Bright City, and they had to think of a way. The simple and desolate war song resonated in his heart. Crane did not say much, although the 3 of them could not defeat the army, and that was a normal thing. But to Crane, it still made him feel humiliated. It was right in front of him. The truth was, no matter how high-grade a scale was, it was still a scale. He thought about how they were in high spirits when they had just formed, they drank wine, talked about the future, married, and had children. They were filled with longing. He thought about how they were framed by their allies, surrounded, and dyed the battlefield red with blood. Their hearts were filled with despair. He thought about how they had transformed into bandits, howling through the forest. They were confused and confused. An open silver umbrella blocked the long blade. The powerful strength that Sher Sun displayed was definitely not a nameless person. The bodyguards by his side were all elite soldiers. All of them were relatively swift and fierce. How could they say they had no clothes? Wearing the same clothes as my son, Wang Yu's army, cultivating my spear, and walking with my son. Little Fool's gaze was ice cold. Although the fool is stupid and stupid, although I admire your conviction, but there can only be one winner. Wang Juanxian felt that his mind was in a mess like a lump of paste. He was completely unable to think clearly. The battle had completely exceeded his limits. A clear and crisp sound came out. It was so cruel that it caused people to tremble. Bang! Did I lose in the end? His face was gloomy, and he went to train. Sher Sen's commanding ability also opened Wang Juanxian's eyes. He praised in his heart, as expected of a big figure in the business continent. The entire battle caused Wang Juanxian to be dazzled. Sher Sun was definitely a high-standard military general, not to mention the butterfly dance and the ichthyosaur transformation. Wang Juanxian could not even understand them, and prostrated himself in admiration of Sher Senator Wang Juanxian, who had been waiting nearby, hurriedly explained everything he knew in detail. Did we fail? I'm sorry, everyone. Although Tang Tian's mind was a little weak, but because of that, his fighting instincts were displayed to its fullest. He immediately sensed the change in Sher Sun, that absolute fighting intent. Wang Juanxian had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable when Sher Sun made his move. He was also shocked, but his mind was faster than Sher Sen's. When he saw the majestic black castle, he immediately noticed that the black castle was exactly the same as the black rocks on the desolate beach, and immediately realized the value of the desolate beach. Sher Sun sat on the ground, not saying a word, as though he had lost his soul. The energy in his body was sealed, and he was like a baby, clumsy and clumsy. Jing Hao's face revealed a self-mocking smile. Previously, I thought that I was able to cultivate out a sword spirit, and that was impressive, but I never thought that I would suffer a blow today. But the next time I meet an army, what kind of armor is that silver armor? I am about to win. Do you guys see it? Wang Juanxian waited to report to Master Meng Nan, but who knew that Master Meng Nan was sleeping soundly? He did not dare to disturb him, and could only wait patiently by the side. Tang Tian, who was completely out of energy, his body fell down uncontrollably, but he could not care about anything else and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Save me!" Chapter 574. Sher Sun finally exploded, his face contorted sinisterly. You think everyone is like you guys? Sitting at home. You have everything? What do you guys know? I only know how to kill, understand? I only know how to kill. I don't know how to curry favor. I don't know how to please. I only know how to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. You want to talk about military achievements? You think that by achieving military achievements, you can get what you want. Don't be fucking naive. Have you ever enjoyed being stabbed in the back by your allies? The military achievements you achieved became someone else's. Even when you repaired your weapons, you did not give them money. They did not care about you. We fought less and less. We left. We did not have enough to eat. We became bandits. Halfway through, we gave up. We did not want to be bandits. We did not want to live so sneakily. We would rather die on the battlefield. I was really an idiot at that time. Sher Sen's heart was filled with bitterness. He became even more gloomy. Seems like I am really old, really useless. I am no longer the me of the past. You carried their dreams, their hopes. Even they did not give up. What qualifications do you have to give up? Bing was secretly surprised. All along, Tang Tian had outstanding battle instincts, like a wild beast's intuition. But from the looks of it, this fellow's battle instincts seemed to be improving. What is the deadline for your mission this time? Bing continued to ask. Although I really want to console you, but I feel that Crazy Tang's words are not wrong. Bing stared at Sher Sun, who was curled up and crying on the ground, and said, "You better think about it." Sun was stunned, but immediately became even more furious. "Are you an idiot? What do you need money for?" "No, playboy like you, all you have is money. You don't know anything. I want money. I want to buy a big piece of land. I want everyone to retire together. I want to build the best houses for them. I want to give each of them a few wives. I want to build a big ancestral hall. Isn't it ridiculous? Idiot." Tang Tian was also sizing him up. Sen's eyes were sunken. His beard was unkempt. He was depressed. He looked to be around 40 years old. His face was thin with distinct edges. The hair on his temples had turned white overnight, revealing his old age. Sun was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not expect everyone to be captured, and the threat in the other party's words was unmistakable. Sun did not want everyone to be mistreated, so he said indifferently, "People die for wealth, and birds die for food. What's so great about that? Dying in your hands can be considered an ending. Give me a quick death." But why did she feel sad? How childish. Would it be effective to provoke him with such words? But why was she so sad? Hey, it's very rude of you not to answer." Tang Tian shouted. "Don't you have an army? Why didn't he do it himself when he could equip so few people? Don't you know how important it is to prepare before the battle?" Bing looked at Tang Tian in surprise. With his eyesight, he could see that Sen's tactics were extremely high level and was obviously under many restrictions and could not display his full potential. But Bing did not think that Tang Tian would actually be able to see it. After roaring, Sun fell to the ground as though he was drained of energy. Looking at the sky, his thoughts drifted far away. "Hurry up and do it, and don't mistreat them. Give us a quick death." "Why did you attack us?" Tang Tian asked curiously. "Don't talk about the 46 of you left. Even if you were the only one left, you should never give up on the battle. Don't talk about the white hair on your head. Even if you lost all your hair, all your teeth, and fell down while walking, you should crawl and fight to the end." Tang Tian scolded as he fought. "I'm so angry. This idiot asshole, simply unforgivable. I have never seen such a cowardly asshole before. You better answer honestly." Bing suddenly interrupted. "Your subordinates are all in our hands." That's right. He could not even equip his own subordinates' weapons. Was there anyone more useless than him? "Isn't working hard what you should be doing?" The smoke lingered, and the faces in his memory flashed past his eyes like a flashing lantern. "I have let you all down." Bing frowned. He could tell that Sun was not lying, but that also meant that their plan to use Sun to control the army had failed, and the matter had become even more troublesome. His back involuntarily bent, and a dispirited and defeated aura enveloped his entire body. Bing appeared beside Crane and Jing Hao, and pointed at Tang Tian and Ling Su with a face full of ridicule. The clash between lunatics is always so passionate. Unknowingly, tears flowed out of his eyes, his weathered old face. Tears flowed freely. Was it his battle instincts? Was this fellow's battle instincts already so strong? The two of them fought like a raging fire, both scolding each other, completely ignoring each other's words. Anxious? Why should I be anxious? Since I did not complete the mission, I will be the one to blame. Sun exposed a mocking look. Because they know you are working hard, although you are stupid, I don't think they are worthy. Bing said indifferently. Bing's poker face froze. He stammered. Everyone is... Sun knew what the other party was thinking. He took the cigarette, lit it up, took a deep breath, and then said, Sun Zheng is my assistant. He is from the Sun family, and coming to me is just to add a layer of gold. Such a young man with boundless prospects is a wise master for an old man like me who would care about him. Sun was already too lazy to speak. Bang! Sun only felt a burst of energy. His body was heavily smashed to the ground, and Tang Tian angrily turned and left, the pain coming from his back. Sure Sun did not feel it. He stared blankly at the sky, his mind filled with Tang Tian's words. The furious Tang Tian found Ling Su. Ling Su, come and fight. The two of them pulled apart and started to fight. With that, Bing also left. Bing spoke frankly with assurance, causing Sure Sen's heart to feel even more bitter. The other party was an expert. His standard was extremely high. In one move he had grasped Sure Sen's tactics. With such strength, he was definitely not a nobody. Can't lift up your blade? Are you old? Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to them. They must be extremely disappointed with you now. I dare to bet with you. They would rather die on the battlefield than to see you begging for mercy like a pitiful worm or begging for death. This is simply infuriating. You carry their dreams, their hopes. Even they did not give up. What qualifications do you have to give up? But he was actually defeated by a brat. Hey, I'll give you a piece of land. Sure Sen's hand trembled. He did not say anything and only continued to smoke in silence. That's right, 500 people. When they were established, they had 500 people, and they were all top-notch youths. So noisy. Why did we attack you? For money. Bing looked at Sure Sun and said, this type of tactics indeed requires certain conditions. If I am not wrong, when this type of tactic was created, it was targeted at a group of 500 people. Why didn't you equip them with suitable equipment? Tang Tian asked in bewilderment. Coward, liar, Crazy Tang's tactics. Did he even have such a thing? Tang Tian suddenly said, your tactics, its might is not limited to that, right? Hearing the naive question, Sure Sun could not be bothered. Is he feeling sad for his own incompetence? Jinghao said, that's what I wanted. Coward, liar. The two of them immediately started fighting. Sure Sen's body trembled, but he did not say anything. Sure Sun raised his head and sized up the young man who defeated him. Don't bother me. Ling Su was still brooding over the loss 2 days ago, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was filled with irritation. The army stationed in precious Bright City, do they listen to your commands? Bing continued to ask, and threw a cigarette to Sure Senator. The veins on Sure Sen's forehead were twitching, and he clenched his fists tightly. Tang Tian was not scared at all, and curiously leaned over. What do you want money for? Crane turned his head and said to Jing Hao, let us fight too. His first impression was that he was too young, too young. Other than that, he did not see any good points. He did not have the confidence of an aristocratic family disciple. He did not have the calmness of having everything under control. And he did not have that free and easy atmosphere. Bing, Sun Zheng is not anxious. Sure Sun sneered, full of ridicule. I want money. I want a lot of money. I have seen through it. The rich are the masters. I was too stupid in the past. If I had known earlier, I would have done a few big things and have everything. Since we are all killing people, who are we not killing? What ideals? They are all bullshit. 2 months, 200,000 civilian workers. No matter how many people or how few people, the might of this tactic will be greatly reduced. 40 people cannot support this tactic. Secondly, this tactic has a requirement for equipment. It is best to have the same equipment. This can allow their energy to oscillate and be more synchronized. And out of all the equipment, the harshest requirement is his long blade. It needs to be able to bear the strongest load. Ling Su's face was filled with killing intent. His spear shot out like rain, squeezing out from the gaps of his teeth. 1 spear to death. 1 spear to death. The next time I will definitely stab all of them to death. A voice came out from above, causing Sure Sen's mouth to twitch, not knowing if he was crying or laughing. You want to recruit us? 3 people said that to me, and like an idiot, I believed them. 1 was promoted and left, and I could not even find him. 1 framed us, and many of our brothers died. 1 waited for our numbers to dwindle, and swept us out like old dogs. I am old, we are all old, and cannot wield our blades anymore. I do not ask for anything, I only ask for a quick death. You are not even afraid of death. What are you afraid of? Tang Tian looked at Shi Sun, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. A burst of evil fire surged out. He was enraged, one hand grabbing onto Shi Sun's collar, lifting him up from the ground. He scolded, "Are you afraid of being cheated? Or are you afraid that your hard work will be for naught? Isn't hard work what you should be doing? They followed you, believed in you, gave their lives to you. Their numbers are getting lesser and lesser. But they did not leave you because you are fighting together with them, because they know you are working hard, even though you are stupid. Idiot! What reason do you have to not work hard? Afraid of being cheated? Is that a reason? Failure is failure. You are not dead yet, you should King say. Even if you die, you will never give up. To be defeated by such a person, it was not considered a disgrace. Uncle, how can we unleash the full power of this tactic? Tang Tian asked Bing. Chapter 575. 12 years. The fatty sighed. You are already an old man. Without all of you, there would not be today's vast star continent. I know that many people are already satisfied with the current situation. The vast star continent today, compared to the vast star continent 12 years ago, is much stronger. Now that everyone had a family and a career, they felt that it was time to enjoy life. But Ziqing, take a look. Song Didi, long time no see. Barbara opened his arms. Barbara did not refute, but raised his eyebrows. Why not? As long as you pledge loyalty to Lan Hai. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely rise in the Red Order Army. Although the Blue Sea gave birth to us, I don't want to become a puppet. I have already awakened and have my own consciousness. I will die in a few decades. In any case, I will return to the Blue Sea after I die. But before that, I just want to live my own life. Didi spread his hands. Barbara, don't tell me you came to talk to me about life today. In any city of the Blue Dwarfs, there would be a mother vine. The closer one was to the mother vine, the more valuable it was. The current him could no longer act recklessly like before. He could no longer act only for himself. Unknowingly, he had already become the leader of these people. It might not have been his original intention, but it was the truth now. Where did the soldiers come from? You and me? Song Didi said sarcastically. The best soldiers are always produced in the Blue Sea. The teacup on the table smashed into his face. He lowered his head and didn't dare to move. Blood flowed down from his forehead, making him look extremely horrifying. It's been a long time. Song Didi opened his arms and warmly hugged Barbara. Quickly come in. Vast star continent. A stout fatty swept his gaze across the report in his hands and asked without raising his head, How's the progress of the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light? Do you know how much money I have to spend for a day? Do you think it's easy to support you? Fatty sighed. Things are so expensive now. Money is like water. What does our vast star continent rely on? This was business. If the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light was broken for a day, I would lose another day. Ziqing, how many years have you been with me? What if we form our own army? Barbara asked. Our vast star continent is located in a strategic location, and this has made us successful. Looking at the entire southern region, the vast star continent is currently ranked in the top 10 commercial continents. There was a tinge of pride in Fatty's tone. However, this also means that we are in a battleground. We are like a piece of fat meat. Who knows how many people want to pounce on us and take a bite? It was Barbara's first time in Abadia, but he quickly found his destination. It was a concave valley in a remote location. It was obvious that his old friend wasn't doing very well. Yang Ziqing knew that his master was extremely angry and did not dare to make a sound. and did not dare to wipe the blood off his face. "Who is it?" A dissatisfied voice came from inside. "Milord, 12 years." Yang Ziqing replied. "It is Barbara," returned Barbara. After venting, his mood also calmed down. Perhaps it was because, like Sun, he had already begun to carry the dreams and hopes of others. No, there must be a way. Abadia City was shrouded in a faint blue mist. It was the blue mist unique to the blue dwarves race, and would appear in every gathering place of the blue dwarves. It was a mist secreted by the blue vines, and could protect the blue dwarves from the corrosion of the void. Tang Tian had thought that the Sacred Saint Galaxy would be a brand new environment, but he did not expect that the difference between the Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road would be so huge. Wang Juanxian said that the vast star continent had 36 armies, and in the southern region, the vast star continent was not the strongest. This number caused Tang Tian to almost not believe his own ears, and made him feel an immense pressure. Wise. Fatty's voice suddenly became sharp. "Who will say that I am wise? They will only complain about me. Why don't I give them the money? They have worked hard and should enjoy it." He looked at the sky in a daze, gasping for breath, perspiration dripping down his face. He did not know why he was so angry, but he was angry. Yang Ziqing revealed a bitter smile. "Seems like I need to exert some pressure on my subordinates. Master said to let go and do it. It is support, and also a warning. If I let go and do it, and still can't do it well, then it is a problem of my own strength." Yang Ziqing understood his master. The master only looked at the results. The Shang continent was a poor place. There was only one school, and the standard was extremely low, far below the average standard of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. His strongest point had actually become his weakness, causing Tang Tian to feel that they were at a complete disadvantage. Furthermore, they were in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and the army system had a long history. After listening to Wang Juanxian's description, Tang Tian then understood how strong of a challenge they were facing. Jing Hao, Crane, and Ling Su, the three of them working together, were actually unable to stop a small group of 50 men. That was something unimaginable in Heaven's Road. In front of the table, a man around the age of 30 had his head lowered and spoke carefully. "The progress is not very big. The shortage of civilian workers is too big." Tang Tian was so tired that he laid on the ground like a pile of mud. He knocked on the door. He did not make a sound. There was nothing much to say. Everyone trusted you. So you just had to work harder. Until today, when he saw Sen's dispirited and disheartened look, the rage in his heart suddenly exploded. That is not a good idea. Song Didi shook his head. Once the blue dwarves awaken, they will have their own thoughts and will become disorganized. They will go and research on mechanisms and research on all sorts of weird things, but they will definitely not be qualified soldiers like you. It was like, in the past, he could think of rushing forward by himself, but now he had to bring everyone forward. "Can we complete it in 5 months?" Fatty asked casually. In the past few days, the pressure on him had been increasing. His tone was extremely relaxed, as though he was smiling. But the Sacred Saint Galaxy was truly different from Heaven's Road. Barbara's return did not startle anyone compared to the other blue dwarves. He was much smarter. He came to Abadira Mountain. Abadira Mountain was a huge rock in the void. Its size was astonishing. Its length was more than 240 miles, and its widest part was more than 170 miles. Its shape was like an anvil. "Of course not," Barbara said solemnly. "What if there is a chance now to let you lead an army?" Very quickly, Barbara found his old friend's house, which was actually an extremely small cave. The blue dwarves had built their own city on top, Abadira City. "Stop dreaming." Song Didi shook his head. "Blue Ocean will definitely not let an awakened blue dwarf that does not pledge loyalty to him lead any army. That is an iron law." It was a terrible feeling. Yang Ziqing walked out of the master's room, his mind still in a daze. He composed himself and decided not to think so much and first settle the matters of the pontoon bridge. He looked at the sky. The sky was azure blue. The sky of the Sacred Saint Galaxy was no different from Heaven's Road. Fatty's face was filled with ridicule, but he quickly calmed down. But regardless of what they think, I do not care. Seems like you are not living well. Barbara looked around the room. It was extremely simple and crude. Blue world. Teamwork was very important in any job here. The small wooden door opened with a creak, and a blue dwarf appeared, his face filled with joy. Barbara, why are you here? Barbara was embarrassed. He was truly not a good soldier, but he did not plan to give up. Maybe you are right, but Song Didi, you are a knowledgeable person. Why is it that the humans have their own consciousness, but their army is still so powerful? Bang! Song Didi was taller than Barbara by half a head. His physique was even more powerful. He had an aquiline nose, deep blue eyes. The way he looked at people was filled with judgment, causing people to feel uncomfortable. But inside the city, there was no misty blue mist. More accurately, it is extremely bad. Song Didi poured a cup of water and passed it to Barbara. I only have water here. Luckily, you are not a particular person. The valley was truly secluded. Yang Ziqing perspired in cold sweat. He braced himself and said, No. Fatty walked to the constellation telescope. The gigantic constellation telescope projected the position of every planet in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. I am not willing to pledge my loyalty to Blue Ocean. Song Didi did not avoid it. He looked at Barbara. We are the same type of people. Barbara, we have already awakened. Although you have disguised it well, but I have long discovered it. If we were to say that Heaven's Road's individual martial technique system was developed to its peak, then the Sacred Saint Galaxy's army system was similarly developed to its peak. Once the youths of the Sacred Saint Galaxy were born and entered schools, they would receive the most basic group training. They needed to understand the most basic coordination, the most basic tactics. These students, upon graduation, would be able to find their own positions in all sorts of armies, for example, the village regiment, mercenary army, fiefdom elite barracks, etc. As though he could see Yang Ziqing's thoughts, Fatty laughed. Humans, after not exercising for too long, there will always be some garbage and toxins in their bodies. To clear their stomach, to expel the toxins, they will be full of energy again. With you doing things, I am assured. In 3 months, the pontoon bridge needs to be fixed. Go ahead and do it. I know that many people down there have problems with me. They think that we have too many armies in the vast star continent. But do they not think if we do not have so many armies, how can we survive? How can we protect the treasures of the vast star continent? Yang Ziqing felt a chill down his spine. He knew the master's long-awaited purge was about to begin. Even in Heaven's Road, the weakest army was still an army. Fatty raised his head, as though nothing had happened. His face did not reveal any emotions. Do you know how much I will lose if the pontoon bridge is not fixed for a day? We can find the awakened blue dwarves, just like us. Barbara pointed to himself. Song Didi was startled. In Heaven's Road, the reason why Tang Tian's Ursa major constellation was able to contend against the other powerhouses was because they had a strong army. But no matter how confident Tang Tian was, he would never think that the army that they had been tossing and turning for a few years would be able to compete with the Sacred Saint Galaxy's army system that had been developed for tens of thousands of years. Master is wise. Yang Ziqing said, The last time I received your letter, I was shocked. Barbara drank a mouthful, then placed the cup down. I feel that with your talent, you can completely stay in the Red Order army. Fatty patted Yang Ziqing's shoulder. Tang Tian looked at the sky in a daze. I will definitely find a way. Chapter 576. Barbara, who are you serving? Song Didi raised his head, his eyes shining as he stared at Barbara. Uncle, underworld continent's demonic mounts. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Seems like he has a huge background. Oh, I will ask around when the time comes, but for now, why? Sure Sun was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He immediately jumped up, hugging the black wind blade. His white hair and beard fluttering, he stared at Bing angrily. Bing immediately regained his senses and coughed lightly. It is already prepared. After carefully studying Sure Sun's tactics, I think that the strongest point of this tactic lies in the changes in the state of energy sharing. Its greatest difficulty lies in 2 points. One is the long blade, which requires a high intensity of energy. For that, we have specially prepared a set of standard long blades, black wind blades. Sure Sun finally could not take it anymore and cried out in pain. Underworld continent's demonic mounts. Wang Jun. Xian's face turned pale white. He stammered and looked at Sure Sun as though he had seen a ghost. That is a pity. Barbara stared at Song Didi and suddenly shouted, "Wake up, Song Didi! We are different species. From the moment we awaken, we are different species. You will never have a chance here. You will only die quietly and bring your things to the grave." Tears flowed down his face. Tang Tian smiled. Very good. Bing looked at the ecstatic Sure Sun, his heart filled with sympathy. You can laugh now, but in a moment, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Intruder! Barbara raised his chin, his expression filled with pride. I serve the intruder. Don't tell me we have another intruder. Barbara waved his hand, pretending to be humorous. He looked at Sure Sun. How long do you guys need to recover your fighting strength? Barbara did not avoid it and said proudly, Of course it is an important person. Song Didi's expression froze. Previously, the storm in the blue sea had caused countless of blue dwarfs to die. Tang Tian laughed, his face filled with happiness. That is what a hero is. I said, Old Stone, you are not a coward. Uncle, are their equipment ready? Important person? Song Didi curled his lips and said with disdain, What important person can there be in the blue world? I remember you were in the Bai Ling army. God. Song Didi looked at Barbara in disbelief. He never thought that his good friend would actually hide such a legendary experience. A legend is destined to be a legend, Barbara said calmly. Previously, the storm in the blue sea was caused by them. We can fight now. Sure Sun said brazenly. All right, 18 years old kid. What can he do? Song Didi looked at Barbara with a face full of mockery. Trust me, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. I can swing it. Sure Sun shouted. This saber had a soul. On the other hand, Sure Yong, who was at his side, was in an even worse state. His teeth were chattering, the skin of his mouth was shivering, and his face was ghastly pale. He howled and directly fainted from fear. This place was far from the blue sea and was at the edge of the blue world. The local residents were mostly awakened blue dwarfs. Barbara was very angry. He did not know why he was so angry. He tore open his collar, and his shrill voice was filled with deep anger. Don't think too highly of yourself. Song Didi, he is a legend, and you are nothing. You are just a pitiful worm that was expelled. As long as I say that I serve the intruders in Abadia, I can recruit a large group of them. Wei Luo, Xiang Songzan, Suza, who is weaker than you? You have never proven your strength. In the entire blue dwarfs, no one has proven their strength. Other than the intruders, who else can gather all of us? Song Didi, tell me, who else is there? Do you want to live in the dark forever? You said you can still wield a saber? Tang Tian stared at Sure Sun in front of him, his face expressionless. You're already so old, and you can still wield a saber? Tang Tian sneered. Wang Juanxian and Sure Yong, who were by the side, had faces of envy. This is not your saber. Being reminded. I am sick of this life. Barbara roared. I can't see any hope. Every day they are muddle-headed. Do you know what they look like to me? Like a group of mechanical puppets. Every day I live in a group of mechanical puppets. I am fucking sick of it. Sure Sun extended out his palm. His hand was trembling slightly. When he held onto the saber hilt, he could feel the consciousness of the saber, and his tears flowed down. Song Didi stared at Barbara in shock. The Barbara in front of him and the cowardly and muddle-headed Barbara that he knew were like two different people. It is called Evening Snow Ocean. Bing said, from today onwards, it belongs to you. It is a legendary saber with glorious achievements. I hope you do not disgrace it. After being silent for a long time, Song Didi spoke out. I will not serve my mortal enemy, and he is still a child, 18 years old. Barbara corrected him. After a long time, Song Didi then calmed down the excitement in his heart. Why did he come back? After a full 5 to 6 minutes, he finally calmed down. He picked up Evening Snow Ocean and walked to Tang Tian. He knelt down on one knee and said, Underworld Continent's demonic mounts, swears to be loyal to Master. Only Bing's heart was filled with sympathy. In a while, you will know what is called extreme joy turns to sorrow. 10 years ago, I was the one who led the way for him. Barbara looked at Song Didi, his expression filled with pride. Song Didi, didn't you always want to know when I awakened? It was at that time, when I met the great master. Barbara opened his eyes and saw the world, and not the unchanging blue. Song Didi jumped up from his seat, as though his butt was on fire. Barbara, you're crazy. You actually serve the intruders. Don't you know that the intruders are the mortal enemies of our blue dwarves? Sure Sun heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect it to be so easy, and when he heard that Tang Tian had already prepared the equipment, he was even more surprised. Sure Sun received it, and lightly hacked twice, his face revealing a look of joy. It was a black long saber, about 1.5 m long. It had a thick back and a thin edge. The blade was wider than a palm, with a few smooth and round arcs, shaped like a leaf. The blade's body was covered with dark red veins. Upon holding the saber, Sure Sun could not help but smile. It felt extremely good. He did not know what material it was made of. He had never seen it before. The blue dwarves were an extremely special group. They were born from the blue sea, and among them, more than 90% of their thoughts were controlled by the blue sea. Only a small number of blue dwarves would awaken and give birth to their own consciousness. The world is so mysterious. Barbara smiled. I am truly not a good soldier, but I am a good guide. Intruder. Song Didi looked at Barbara in a daze. The intruder from 10 years ago. Bing consciously distanced himself from Tang Tian. Crazy Tang's aura was not right, and he definitely could not provoke him at such a time. Seems like Crazy Tang was angered by Sure Sun yesterday. Crazy Tang was slightly annoyed. Sure Sun instigated his energy, and immediately the blade aura shot out. It was over 3 m long, like a gigantic light spear, causing him to smile from ear to ear. Bing lied with his eyes wide open. The Evening Snow Ocean was a spirit treasure that Little Fool had refined through the night. But now that Little Fool's standard of refining spirit treasures had increased greatly. Although it was rushed, it was still a rare quality product. Yes, Sure Sun said solemnly. He stood perfectly straight with his head held high. The long blade was stabbed in front of him. The surrounding energy formed into a vortex and was being absorbed by it. Compared to the black wind blade, the blade was much narrower and longer. Its blade body was like a pool of seawater, sparkling and translucent, allowing one to see the stones on the ground through the blade body. The blade hilt was snow white and flawless, like the snow on the mountain peak, revealing traces of cold intent. Bing did not stop and continued. We have researched on your armor and have made some changes to the original plan. The changes were mainly suggested by me. I think that the flexibility of the armor and its affinity to energy is more important than its defensive capabilities. So for the new armor, we have specially designed energy wings. It can allow you to be more agile, and to a certain extent, it can help you control energy. Song Didi revealed a pondering expression. Barbara's words were something he had never thought of before. Regarding the knowledge related to the army, he had learned all of it from Finger College. Finger College was one of the 3 famous schools in the Blue World, but it was different from the other 2 colleges. Finger College was established by a group of awakened blue dwarves, and the students were all awakened blue dwarves. Sure Sun stared blankly at the long blade, unable to shift his gaze away. If I did not remember wrongly, the intruder's age was not young. How old is his son? 15? 16? After awakening, blue dwarfs would become smarter. And if they were willing to pledge loyalty to Blue Ocean, they would definitely gain Blue Ocean's favor and be placed in an important position. He took out a black long blade and threw it to Sure Senator. After Song Didi graduated from Finger College, he wanted to put his knowledge to use and entered one of the 6 great orders, the Red Order Army, but because he was not willing to pledge loyalty to Blue Ocean, he was always a marginal figure. His character was not good, and often got into arguments with others, and very quickly he could not stay any longer and returned to Abadia City. This is your team member's equipment, and your long blade needs to be more outstanding, so we have prepared another long blade for you. Bing took out an azure translucent long blade and threw it in front of Sure Senator. Everyone who thought that Crazy Tang was easy to deal with ended up crying because of their own stupidity. This batch of black blades was a byproduct of Sai Lei's research on how to extract black gold from black stones. The alloy formula was far from perfect, and following the principle of recycling, Sai Lei let his subordinates suppress them into long blades. The dark veins on the blade's body were spirit gold, but the value of this batch of spirit gold was not up to standard, so his subordinates learned from Sai Lei's principle of recycling and casually added it onto the blade. Even the name of the blade could be seen. It was such a random product. Barbara slammed the door and left. "No, it's his son," Barbara said solemnly. "Crazy Tang is stupid most of the time, but you better not meet him when he is not stupid." Chapter 5, 77. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Gradually, the underworld continent's demonic mounts became the most terrifying bandits, and their reputation grew. There had never been a moment where his heart was so calm. All the martial techniques that he had learnt flashed past his mind. All the different martial techniques in his eyes became extremely clear. Pure physical strength, 80%. Ursa Major Constellation did not have an army that could achieve such a perfect energy synchronization. And Sure Sen's small team randomly picked 15 people and was able to achieve such a perfect energy synchronization. Bing even suspected that even if all 46 of them fought at the same time, Sure Sun would be able to achieve 80% energy synchronization. With a flash, he was like a shadow appearing at the left wing of the small team. Bing was startled. This is Fireside, Ghost Claw, but this power seems to be even stronger than the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Sure Sun randomly picked 5 people, but the rest all stood by the side obediently. His state of mind was very relaxed, although in his heart he felt that Master's strength should be rather valiant, and that it would be difficult to deal with 5 people, but they had 46 people. No matter how bad it was, 46 people against 1 person. Would it be embarrassing? Definitely impossible. Who? Bang! Tang Tian's 5 fingers trembled slightly, rubbing against the air. The temperature of the sparks increased rapidly. The originally red light aura became incandescent, and it continued to increase in temperature. The 15 people waved their blades together. The strong energy undulation caused Tang Tian's eyes to twitch. With the addition of 5 people, Tang Tian felt the pressure immediately increase. In the sparring session, Sure Sun performed skillfully and easily. At the start, they were continuously defeated by Tang Tian, But after that, the small team that came out under Shursen's guidance quickly restrained Tang Tian. But at this time, the number of sparring partners had already reached 10. He decided to test the waters and attack. In this battle, Tu Ling became a famous general and established the position of the Yuan continent as the first continent in the southern region, and also allowed the underworld continent's demonic mounts to have the title of southern region's king of soldiers. Suddenly, the sky was filled with fine blade auras flying out from the 15 people's light regiments, like a swarm of hornets pouncing towards Tang Tian. Every blade aura was only the size of a palm and brought about a terrifying whistling sound. The blade auras shattered. The dense saber auras shattered the moment they came into contact with these light spots. After the battle, the underworld continent's demonic mounts became the soldiers that every powerhouse yearned for. Thus, countless of fake underworld continents' demonic mounts started to appear, mixing into the various powerhouses. After a few shocking cases of killing their masters and stealing their wealth, the reputation of the underworld continent's demonic mounts was quickly ruined. The underworld continent was not big, but its reputation spread far and wide, as it produced the most outstanding soldiers. In the underworld continent, there was a set of strict training methods. After the natives were born, from the age of 5, they had to undergo special training. It could only be completed after the age of 20. 80% synchronization rate. Oh, my lord's strength isn't bad, but his tactics aren't mainstream. Master's teacher's standard doesn't seem to be that high, but as long as Master continues to work hard, those weird battle habits can still be changed. When Shursen heard about this mission, he felt very relaxed. It was just a sparring partner. What an easy mission. Although it was the first time they had become sparring partners, Shursen did not take it to heart. In a moment, the reputation of the underworld continent's demonic mounts was ruined, causing their living environment to worsen, and many of the underworld continent's demonic mounts took the path of bandits. The people of the underworld continent loved to fight and worshipped the strong, and after going through the harsh training, the soldiers that were created naturally had high standards. In the underworld continent, only the strongest soldiers could be called demonic mounts, and out of all the soldiers that had completed their training, only 2% were able to obtain the title of demonic mounts. Oh, why is that poker face's expression so weird? Tang Tian calmed himself down. His lower body did not move an inch and faced the blade auras. His body sank slightly. The sudden enlightenment caused Tang Tian's heart to calm down. The anxiety and restlessness that he had felt for the past few days was swept away. Oh, then let's continue. I'm not tired. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. First, form groups of 5 and try it out. After 600 years of trials and tribulations, there were already fewer and fewer underworld continent soldiers that would participate in the demonic mounts test. The demonic mounts test had gradually become a declining custom, and only the most traditional villages would persevere. And even if they passed the test, they would usually hide their identity as the underworld continent's demonic mounts. Being secretly judged in his heart, his expression was not good. Previously, when there were 5 people, they had an 80% synchronization rate, but he was indifferent. But after that, when there were 10 people, 15 people, the synchronization rate was still maintained at 80%, which was a huge blow to Bing. The more people there were, the slower the synchronization rate would be, but Shursen's team did not. Shursen quickly satisfied Tang Tian's thoughts. Previously, Tang Tian's godlike performance, when he thought about it, he was still shocked. He knew that the majority of it was the power of the Black Castle, but he was curious about Master's true strength. Bang! The 15 People's Light Regiment crumbled. Senior Ghost Claw, did you see that? The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw has become even stronger in my hands. You must be happy, right? Begin. Looking at the flying light spots, Tang Tian's heart was calm. The Demon King Blazing Firefly. was still so beautiful. In the past, there were only 5 Demon King blazing fireflies, but in front of him there were hundreds and thousands of them. Tang Tian did not dodge. He wanted to test the power of his blade. Shursun did not think much of it. He muttered in his heart, "Master's fighting spirit is there, but he seems to be too eager for success. I have to find a time to remind him." Tired? To them, the intensity of sparring was nothing. They were the Underworld Continent's demonic mounts, the Underworld Continent's demonic mounts that caused people's faces to change. 96 of the Underworld Continent's demonic mounts, none of them were injured. Shursun felt relieved. He looked at the time. 10 hours had passed. Master is really hardworking. He opened his mouth and said, "Master, why don't we rest for 2 hours and continue?" "Are you guys very tired?" Tang Tian looked at them. Dazzling sparks blossomed from Tang Tian's fingertips. Tang Tian did not think much. He who had entered his battle state was extremely focused. He was like a wild beast, trying his best to find the opponent's weakness. Shursun did not think much of it. "I'm becoming stronger." In a radius of 10 m around Tang Tian, sparks floated like countless of fireflies. They converged at Tang Tian's fingertips, forming 5 beautiful vortex-shaped light belts. 46 Underworld Continent's demonic mounts that had gone through the most rigorous training, sparring with one person. Would they feel tired? That would be a joke. Shursun could not help but stand up. The speed of the 10 fists was completely out of his imagination. He had never seen such fast fists before. They were like lightning. He could not even see every single one of Tang Tian's fists clearly. The abundant energy in the air was quickly ignited. The dazzling white light aura quickly collapsed, becoming a small star-like light spot. Suddenly, Bing felt an immense pressure. We are not tired at all. We are just worried about Master." Shursun explained. The light aura around the small group lit up. Following that, a blade aura that was 3 m wide flew towards Tang Tian. The immense pressure caused Tang Tian's potential to explode. Without hesitation, he retracted his right fist and struck out with his left fist lightning-fast punches in a short period of time. 10 fists accurately struck the same position of the blade aura. All the martial techniques and true power techniques disappeared like mist, and the more intrinsic parts of the martial techniques quietly surfaced in his mind. The moment the fist and blade aura touched, Tang Tian felt an astonishing power transmitted from his fist. The strong power made him sure that if he did not retract his fist, his arm would definitely break. A light aura flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. With a sharp sound, his right palm flipped strangely. His 5 fingers were like hooks, welcoming the blade aura. He clawed out. After seeing it for so many days, Shursun still felt that it was inconceivable. Shursun did not take it to heart. A small group sparring with one person, although it was a little extravagant, but the master still had this privilege. This also showed that the master was wholeheartedly seeking to improve and was not willing to fall. That was a good thing and needed to be encouraged. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, he took a deep breath, welcoming the blade aura. He punched out. Martial techniques relied on energy, but that was because the martial artist's body was unable to reach such a state. Your first task is to be sparring. Sai la la. Underworld continent soldiers were highly sought after goods in any continent, and the Underworld continent's demonic mounts were even more popular. What truly made the Underworld continent's demonic mounts famous was the battle with the North 600 years ago. A famous general, Tu Ge, brought 96 demonic mounts and circled around 19 continents, and during the decisive battle, he mysteriously appeared behind the Northern Army, burning down 5 supply bases, and turned the tides of the battle. Could it be that the armies of the Sacred Saint Galaxy were already so ridiculously strong? The 15 of them were shocked. The light dots were like fireflies flying in front of them. With that said, The 15 of them immediately lit up with light auras. The 5 light auras quickly fused and became one. Tang Tian was secretly surprised if he were to close his eyes. He would definitely think that there was only one person in front of him and not 15 people. Tang Tian was filled with pride, mixed with a faint sorrow. Tang Tian's arms were slightly numb, but his face was filled with excitement. The haze in his heart was swept away. After sparring for the past few days, he understood that although the sacred Saint Galaxy was strong, it was not undefeatable. All the power systems did not have a difference in strength. They were just different paths. Whether you were strong or not did not depend on which path you chose, but on how far you walked on your own path. Shi Sun praised with the mentality of someone who had experienced it before. Bing, who was by the side, also revealed a serious look. It was energy synchronization. To an army, the more energy synchronization, the less energy they lost, and the more energy they could use. Tang Tian's sparring partners had already increased to 15 people. He carefully observed the 15 people in front of him. They were standing in a rhombus formation, maintaining a certain distance from each other. And he did not see any fist auras, which also meant that when the master punched out, it did not involve any energy. So when Wang Junxian and Shi Yong heard Shi Sen's identity as the underworld continent's demonic mounts, their faces of fear were definitely not faked. Chapter 578. Tang Tian gradually found the trick to it. Fighting with armies could not be forceful, but required constant changes in position, continuous pulling, continuous piecemeal attacks, and the worst thing to do was to clash head-on and be surrounded. He did not want to think about Master Meng Nan, but these 3 experts could be used. After a few days, Master Bing had already convinced Shi Sun. Master Bing's standard was definitely not ordinary. Master Bing gave him a few small suggestions for ichthyosaur transformation, all of which were on point. Shi Sun tasted it. After the modification, ichthyosaur transformation, S power had increased by 20%. Jinghao nodded his head. You guys rest for a while. So Shi Sun specially instructed his subordinates to not hold back. All of his subordinates were added to the sparring team. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them were brimming with energy, causing Shi Sun and the rest's faces to turn black. Seeing that, Crane said, "Let's rest for a while." 5 hours later, Sun Zheng stared at him. "Don't be anxious. That is an order from above. I heard that the 22nd Army's mission was not completed, and in the end, the commander was suspended and the vice commander was executed." Shi Sun, Crane said calmly, "You shut up." Their weakness is the moment after they unleash their techniques, especially when they continuously unleash their techniques. Their defense will have a short period of time. As long as their sword is fast enough, they can penetrate through their defense. Jinghao said. They struggled to get up. One of his subordinates laughed. "Master, why are you so anxious? These fellows should know how powerful we are now." At this time, the 3 of them finally collapsed from exhaustion, and Shi Sun heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone sat on the ground to rest, and Shi Sun gasped for breath. "Your physical strength is truly strong." Shi Sun was shocked by Master Meng Nan's improvement. In just a few days, the number of sparring partners had already reached 25 people. His subordinates were all underworld continent's demonic mounts. They were the true elites, and no one was clearer than Shi Sun about their strength. Ling Su stared angrily. "Are you showing off?" Tang Tian was completely unaware that the underworld continent's demonic mounts under Shi Sun were swift and fierce existences. 25 underworld continent demonic mounts, even in the sacred Saint Galaxy, was a force that could not be underestimated. Shi Sun didn't know how he managed to get up, but even though he wasn't tactful enough, he was extremely proud of himself. It was not only him, the underworld continent's demonic mounts under him were the same. All of them were arrogant people. How could they admit defeat? His subordinates were all shocked. "It can't be." Shi Sun, The strength of the three of them spoke for themselves, and if they could be absorbed into the army, they would be the best assistants. From Sher Sen's point of view, the reason why these experts were not willing to join the army was because they were too confident in their own strength. If they knew that their individual strength would never be able to contend against an army, they would definitely walk the path of an army. "Come," the three of them said in unison. But now, all of the underworld continent's demonic mounts were like mud. Sher Sun did not have any suspicions towards Master Meng Nan's background. Other than the savages, he truly did not think that any other continent would have such a strong body. Sher Sun's effect was obvious. The three small units were linked together. He was in the center, controlling the three small units at the same time. He could do it with ease. Sher Sun, who was perspiring, profusely gasped for breath. "Your physical strength is too good." Bing quietly observed from the side, doing all sorts of analysis. He was also extremely curious about the Sacred Saint Galaxy Army's tactics. The first 3 days were spent in shock, and when the fourth day started, the situation started to change. Master Meng Nan continued to train with high intensity, causing Sher Sun to once again praise Master Meng Nan's beast-like physical strength. But what Sher Sun did not expect was that the three's tenacity and endurance had once again exceeded his expectations. A nightmare, just like that, had begun. For Master Meng Nan to have such outstanding military generals as support, his background was definitely not simple. Listening to them, Sher Sun started to perspire profusely, his hands and legs turning cold. He himself was extremely familiar with the formation, even more familiar than his own body, so the discussion of the three, in his heart, was like thunder, exploding his mind into a blank. Following that, Dian Yizan, oh no, Dian Yizan Crane, requested to be a sparring partner, which Sher Sun agreed to. Sher Sun. The more Sun Jung thought about it, the more afraid he became, his face becoming distorted. "Don't tell me Sher Sun also heard the news? You want me to die? No way. All of you move, capture them. Whoever dares to resist, kill them on the spot. 200,000 people. We must definitely complete the mission." Again, the three of them said in unison. After a while, Jia Si, oh no, Chasi's Ling Su also ran over and requested to be a sparring partner, which Sher Sun agreed to. He started to feel tired. Sher Sun. But what made him feel inconceivable was that Master Meng Nan's techniques were extremely exquisite. Could it be that the savage continent's martial techniques had already developed to such a powerful stage? Because during the charge, the amount of energy that could be mobilized would reach a terrifying value. When the amount of energy reached a certain level, flaws and loopholes would no longer be important. Of course, Sher Sun agreed immediately. The reason why Jing Hao and the other two performed so badly previously was because they were too unfamiliar with the Sacred Saint Galaxy's tactics and were unfamiliar with the high-energy environment of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Following their familiarity with the Army's tactics and familiarity with the Sacred Saint Galaxy, they gradually found a way. Jing Hao, who had changed his name to Jian Wu, also hoped to participate in the sparring. The might of the army would reach its peak during the charge. Meng Nan, he truly lived up to his name. Ling Su stared at him angrily. "Why don't you praise us for our stamina? They are powerful, but they don't seem to be able to take a beating. Their weakness is the points that can be attacked in an instant. When there are more than 96 of them, there will be flaws in their defense. As long as I release enough spears, their defense will collapse." Ling Su said, but in terms of overall evaluation, he was not optimistic. In this era, where armies were the mainstream, Master Meng Nan's single-handedly fighting style was fated to not be successful. Thinking about it, if they needed Master Meng Nan to charge and break through the enemy lines, then they would be a failure. Furthermore, Master Meng Nan had Master Bing's support. Crane said calmly, "I believe that you will not care about him anymore." Sure Sen's legs were already trembling. The members around him were all swaying left and right. All of their faces were pale white. Sure Sen no longer had the strength to lament about the physical strength of these beasts, and they were the fully armed underworld continent's demonic mounts. Although in Bing's eyes, the equipment could not allow Sure Sun and the rest to unleash their true fighting strength, but it was already equipment that Sure Sun did not even dare to dream of. Experts, they were definitely true experts, and the most powerful experts that Sure Sun had ever seen. But he had never thought that the nightmare was just beginning. 10 minutes later, seeing Ling Su jump up, Sure Sen's face changed. As expected, Jing Hao and Crane also stood up at the same time. Crane said apologetically, "Please ignore him." The three of them were once again suppressed to the point of being battered and exhausted. 10 minutes later, Ling Su stared angrily. "Are you showing off again?" Tang Tian's performance was even more outstanding. He alone was able to restrict 25 underworld continents' demonic mounts. Of course, it was just restricting. If it was a head-on assault, Tang Tian was definitely not their opponent. As expected of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, they were truly powerful. I can only restrict 25 of them. Thinking about it, Tang Tian felt that there were still many areas that he could dig out, and that made him excited. Bing scratched his chin, looking at the exhausted Sure Sun and the rest. He was thinking if he should give them some endurance training. Again, the three of them shouted at the same time. They were all zero-energy bodies and had outstanding recovery abilities. Ichthyosaur transformation was created by Sure Sun when he was young, and after fighting for 10 years, this battle tactic had been continuously improved and improved. And ever since the last improvement 5 years ago, Sure Sun thought that the Ichthyosaur transformation had been perfected. The others looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes, and immediately ran towards the barracks. But after that, the three of them quickly displayed their extremely strong learning abilities. They improved at a godly speed. As the majority of the underworld continent's demonic mounts were occupied by Tang Tian, they had no choice, and Sure Sun personally went up. After 10 minutes, Ling Su jumped out, Jing Hao stood up, and Crane also stood up. Sure Sun had a deep impression of Master Jian Wu, the sword that he unleashed previously, although the energy undulation was not strong, but it contained the power of laws. That meant that Master Jian Wu had entered the next level and was a true swordsman. Such an expert was hard to find even with 1,000 gold. The only pity was that he did not seem to understand battle formations. If not, he would definitely be the sharpest blade. Jing Hao nodded his head. "Still all right. This Sure Sun is too slow. How many days has it been?" Sun Zheng said unhappily. In this period of time, Tang Tian's strength had improved extremely quickly. The enlightenment the last time was like opening a window. The fire scythe Ghost Claw had obtained a new life in his hands, and also gave him another important attack method. Tang Tian then remembered that he had many weird things on him, like the Devil Flame or the Blade Seal. He had never seriously unearthed their might. After 5 hours, the three of them were exhausted once again. This time, Sure Sun and the other members were also extremely tired. Many of them sat on their butts, their entire bodies perspiring profusely. 20%, this was a difference of 2 levels, and allowed Sure Sun to recognize the difference between him and Master Bing. Sure Sun heaved a sigh of relief, and then saw the three of them huddled together, and the three of them started to discuss enthusiastically. The temporary difficulty did not make Tang Tian depressed, but instead made him excited. Such a challenge made him full of vigor, and Master Meng Nan was extremely proficient in using his own advantages and had a beast-like intuition towards battles. And every time he watched, he would exclaim in admiration. Even he was unable to predict all of the inconceivable ideas. Just at that moment, Precious Bright City's Sun Zheng also received an urgent order from the higher-ups. The three of their physical strength were not as outstanding as Master Meng Nan, but they were still relatively good. At the start, the three of them obviously did not have any experience on how to fight against armies. They were suppressed by Shi Sen's subordinates into a difficult situation, which made Shi Sen satisfied. Jing Hao nodded his head. Still all right. Their weakness is the undulation of their spirit. From a certain angle, we can disrupt their synchronization. As long as we can find the golden angle to cut in, their defensive line will be torn apart. Crane said. Chapter 5, 79. The 32nd Army has a total of 1,500 men. This army is ranked at the bottom of the vast star continent, so their equipment is terrible. Before Sun Zheng came, I was very strict with the daily tactics training, but after Sun Zheng came, the people below listened to him, accompanied him to eat, drink, and play. The discipline was very lax. Unique military general? Tang Tian was startled. The familiar term made him flabbergasted. You can't rise in command. Bing asked, to a military general, command was more important than individual bravery. 500 was truly too low. It could only lead a vanguard, and was unable to control an army. No matter how small an army was, it would still have 1,000 men. If the command could not rise, it meant that the military general's potential was not big. Yes, his unique is BladeNet. Shi Sen's face congealed. Not mentioning Master Meng Nan, just the underworld continent's demonic mounts, led by Master Shi Sun, was enough to wipe them all out. When he knew that Master Shi Sun was actually leading the underworld continent's demonic mounts, he almost peed in his pants. I can't rise. Shi Sun did not care. Maybe it has something to do with our training methods. The underworld continent has never produced a famous general. Commander, where are you? The Sun family is truly the Sun family. What idea? Bing was surprised and turned his face. Jia, you specially came over. That's great. It saves me the trouble of finding Shi Sun and directly convict him when I return. Sun Zheng said. That's a good plan. Shi Sun nodded his head. The difference in numbers between both parties was too great. If they did not borrow the defense of the Black Castle, it would not be easy to win. Be gentler. Don't kill them. Another officer chided. Their battle results were not much. There were only less than 8,000 people in the precious bright city, which was still far from their mission goal. They suddenly realized the mission this time was not so easy to complete, and the cruel punishment caused them to feel a deep fear. They did not care about anything else and captured the old, weak, young, and disabled to make up the numbers. That's why, Ajia, you are the best. Sun Zheng laughed mischievously. Shi Yong's face changed. He had never heard of Sun Zheng's name before. How could he not have heard of Sun Jia, who was one of the 3 stars of the stars? The 8th Army was also one of the 3 most elite armies in the vast star continent. The Sun family had poured a lot of blood and sweat into this army. Regardless of equipment or the standard of the soldiers, they were far stronger than any ordinary army in the vast star continent. How many stupid things had this guy done? Stupidity had its own set of idiocy. Suddenly, Shi Yong heard the 2 people's discussion. Shi Yong was stunned. Old Shi Tu, are you a unique military general? Tang Tian asked curiously. Which continent has the most famous mechanic techniques? Bing suddenly asked. Blade Web. What is that? Bing asked. He continued. Sun Zheng doesn't have much ability. Compared to his cousin, Sun Jia, he's far inferior. He's a good-for-nothing. But Sun Jia is very strong. He is a peerless general. More than 200 people were tied to the long chains. They were tied together like livestock. Shi Yong's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If these people knew that Shi Sun had already been subdued by Master Meng Nan, what expressions would they have? But the truly ferocious one was still Master Meng Nan. With his own strength, he defeated 51 underworld continents' demonic mounts. If this battle record were to spread, no one would believe it. Sun Jie laughed. No problem. If the numbers are not enough, I'll help you take down the summer continent. That's right. Master Sun Zheng's face is truly big. Even Master Sun Jie's 8th Army came to help with a conscripting mission. You don't know about this, but Master Sun Jie is Master's cousin, and the two families are very close. Only my members who are Underworld Continent's demonic mounts can use it, but its power is not bad. Shi Sun said proudly. It's over. He looked defeated. Hey, Uncle Bing, quickly tell us your battle plan. Tang Tian interrupted their conversation. Tang Tian raised both of his arms and shouted, Godlike old Shi, go, go, go. When Shi Sun was introducing the army, he was somewhat ashamed. As a commander, he was unable to control the army, and it was not something to be proud of. That's right, the strongest in the eastern region is the Gold Continent. Their mechanical techniques are unparalleled, and it is said that they have a history of over 30,000 years. Shi Sun looked at Sky Tiger. The mechanical giant had given him a deep impression. Very quickly, the 10 elites left the formation and flew towards the southwest direction. A group of people soared into the sky. Shi Sun's eyes burst with light. He laughed, revealing his yellow teeth. I only command 500 people, and my military rank is only a lieutenant, so it is hard for people to look down on me. But other than these brothers, no one else knows that I am a unique military general, and my unique is the demonic mounts. Wang Juanxian's eyes turned red. He was extremely excited. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down, then bowed respectfully to Tang Tian. Juanxian is willing to be your guide. My abilities are low and might not be able to help young master much, but if young master has any errands for me, I will definitely not frown. Shi Sun's expression immediately froze. He turned his head and looked at Master Meng Nan in a daze, as though he was looking at a lunatic. Sun Jie was helpless. Master is truly angry this time. I heard that in the study, he directly smashed a teacup on Master Ziqing's face, and when Master Ziqing came out, everyone jumped in fright. Whoever does not complete the mission this time would be knocking on the muzzle. I was afraid that something might happen to you, so I came to take a look. I don't know. Shi Sun shook his head. I have never seen it before, but he once set a record of killing 700 people with 120 people. This time, Sun Jie did not bring too many people with him. He only brought 500 elites. He stood in the clouds, looking down at the wolf-like soldiers, chasing the villagers away. His expression was carefree. Zhang, in the future, you better not be a military general, just do some internal affairs or do some business. That way I won't have to worry. Bang! Demonic mounts. Tang Tian was even more confused. The blade net was understandable, but the demonic mounts was something he could not understand. Bing consoled Shi Sun. You will get used to it in the future. Seeing that Shi Sun led the 45 underworld continent demonic mounts and left quietly, Tang Tian suddenly said, Uncle Bing, I have an idea. Sun Jie smiled at Sun Zheng. I reckon that someone heard the news and wants to run. Go, send a small team, and take them down. The dark green ropes were called prison ropes, and were specially used to tie up prisoners. They would be deeply embedded into the flesh of the captives, and its biggest use was to isolate the captives from the energy of the outside world. Be honest. And the other team went to look for Shi Sr. You think I want to? Compared to his brother, regardless of temperament or appearance, Sun Zheng was lacking. He waved his hand. Anyway, after this year, I will have enough experience, and at that time, I will go to some planet to find a job and live a life of debauchery. Bing's poker face revealed a helpless smile, who asked him to be a crazy young man. Bing regained his senses, his eyes regaining clarity. Our plan is very simple. Old Shi and the rest will go and harass the various villages. The best would be to attract all the teams to the Black Castle, and we will fight them here. The gold continent of the eastern region? Bing muttered. Luckily, Bing had some confidence in the defense of the Black Castle. Under his continuous training, the villagers had improved very quickly. If they were to attack, they would definitely be defeated, but if they were to defend the castle, they would still have some ability to protect themselves. Tang Tian's gaze was sincere and calm. Bing realized that he was unable to refute. He muttered, "Then you guys must be fast." Bing stared at crazy Tang Tian's back. From a military general's point of view, Tang Tian's actions were very foolish. For a low-value target, to bear such a huge risk, it completely went against the principles of battle tactics. "I will go to Precious Bright City with Ling Su and the rest, and save everyone," Tang Tian explained. "Old Shi's actions require a certain amount of time. We can definitely rush back in time. If we are late, and Shi Yong and the rest are transported away, it will be troublesome." An intense explosion sounded out from the southwest direction. A flash of fire entered his vision, causing his pupils to constrict. Captives who were unable to use energy were of no threat. Sun Jie did not wear armor. He wore a white gown. His figure was tall and slender. His appearance was elegant. He looked like a romantic scholar, without any killing intent. At such a young age, he was already in charge of an army. No matter where he went, he would always be dazzling. Shi Yong's heart was filled with regret, such an important news, and he actually did not manage to obtain it. Mechanical techniques. Shi San was startled. That is obviously the gold continent of the eastern region. It was the commander's hometown. There were many familiar things, causing Bing to think about the past. Suddenly, a scout reported, "Master," from the southwest direction, "there are 5 people approaching us." "Don't worry, Uncle." Tang Tian waved his hand without turning his head. He shouted, "We will be back very quickly." Shi Yong's back was in pain, blood spurting out. A whip mark was left on his back. Shi Yong did not make a sound, but hatred surfaced in his eyes. The dark green rope had deeply pierced into his flesh. He had completely lost his sense of energy. His body was empty, without any strength. He said it casually, his words filled with confidence. Bing nodded his head. He did not say anything. He was slightly distracted. He thought about the commander. The army was formed from nothing. All of them were once ordinary people, and the formation of the Southern Cross Army was created by the commander. "Yes," the adjutant replied. He volunteered to run back just to observe the movements of these people. When the army made their move, he had already spread the news, and Master Mangnan definitely received it. To prevent any unnecessary losses, he even allowed the Precious Bright Village Regiment to not resist. For a few fish that escaped the net, their luck is truly bad. To actually bump into your troops, they truly deserve to die. Sun Zheng laughed out loud. "A pity there are too few of them. If there were really 800 to 1,000 of them, then my mission would be much easier." Bing never thought that Tang Tian would bring up such a brazen idea. He had long noticed Wang Juanxian's worry. Shi Yong had sent people to deliver the news, and could foresee that the Precious Bright City's situation was extremely bad. "It's good that you have such plans." Sun Jie laughed. Bing was equally surprised, but very quickly he revealed a look of understanding. This was the commander's hometown. Chapter 580. Stars exploded. Countless spear auras shot out in all directions like raindrops. The members in the light shuttle were unable to react in time, and were pierced full of holes. This unique method of advancing was named Spear Rush by Ling Su. Ling Su, who was previously brave and unparalleled, trembled and almost fell down. Although Xiao Bai was a sword-horn antelope, but its fighting bloodline had not been activated, and for it to reach the standards of its seniors, it required a large amount of fighting to feed it. Sun Jie was slightly regretful. He did not bring the vanguard battalion. His face sunk, and spoke quickly, "Second Squadron, stop them." "Come on." Throughout the entire battle, Tang Tian, and the rest did not stop at all and maintained their high speed. The captain in the light shuttle could not believe his own eyes. How is that possible? Crane noticed the troops in the distance and frowned. Let's rush over. Chi. Only the yearning in his heart was the direction of his spear tip. He calculated 60 m for one spear, 200 m would be 10 spears, 20 kilometers would be 100 spears. In the next moment, they appeared at the side of the squadron, and the two figures separated. And you guys, compared to Shirsun, you guys are still lacking. The crazy young man was brooding and racked his brains. There was a sword named Drunk on Saint Blood. That was the difference between the sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road. The energy of Heaven's Road people were stored in their Dantian, although they did not have as much energy as the people of the sacred Saint Galaxy. But through the purification of their meridians, they were much more stable and would rarely cause an explosion. But the people of the sacred Saint Galaxy were like bags of energy and could easily cause an explosion. The energy in their bodies went out of control. Die. In the blink of an eye, the distance between both parties was shortened by another 50 m. Behind the silver rainstorm, the reckless and crazy face was faintly discernible. Out of the few of them, Crane was the most relaxed. He originally walked the light and agile path, and after obtaining the demonic feather, he was like a tiger with wings, and even Little Fool could not catch up to him. The silver aura that filled the sky became simple and condensed into a cold aura. This cold aura was no longer like the silver rainstorm, but was round like a ball, with light auras revolving around it like a star. The flames in Ling Su's orange eyes burned even more fiercely, and his expression became even crazier. If it was the first time he encountered such an attack, he would have been flustered. But after torturing Shirsun for so many days, how could he not have improved at all? A few black dots were rapidly approaching them. What welcomed them was Ling Su's beast-like and ferocious smile. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the sword chi had disappeared. The number of times that the other party had struck out with his spear was actually more than all of them combined. How was this possible? The company leader of 2nd Platoon turned pale with fright. What kind of martial technique was this? He had never encountered such a situation before. The energy flow of the entire platoon was actually sluggish. Others might think that this was too exhausting, but the paranoid Ling Su had a special fondness for spear running. He could advance while cultivating. Where else could he find such a good thing? The squad leader had rich battle experience, and after being shocked, he immediately changed his tactics. He pulled back the swift short sword in his hand, and under the influence of his aura, the other 9 members behind him also pulled back their swift short swords. Swallow kill. Jing Hao, who was in the air, had a calm expression in his eyes. The large sword in his hand was trembling and buzzing. It had long been thirsty. This crazy person, such a strong martial artist, was definitely not a nameless person. The squad in front of him was advancing at a high speed and quickly changed their positions. The 10 of them quickly shrunk, transforming into a shuttle shape, the light auras around all of them merged into one, transforming into a large light shuttle. He had originally wanted Sai Lei to create another mount for him, but Sai Lei was immersed in his research and did not have the time to care about him. Ling Su himself did not care much about the matter, so he threw it to the back of his mind. His spear aura was like a star. Shwa. The silver light exploded, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the front of the squad. Ling Su quickly found a method that caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Good. 10 swords thrusted out at the same time. The light shuttle dimmed, and a 3 m long swift, with a clear cry, flew out from the light shuttle. Like a bolt of lightning, it flew straight for Ling Su. In the air, Crane held onto his sword and danced lightly, his feet moving in profound and unpredictable footwork. His loose black robes, fluttering and agile, Like a black crane dancing, his expression was devout. His gaze was clear as water, the crane sword in his hand. His sword techniques were extremely natural, as though he had opened a corner of time. A faint stream quietly flowed from the ancient times, entering his body from the sword blade. Ling Su's spear dash caused Tang Tian to drool. The crazy young man was ashamed. Such a flashy way of advancing. He actually did not have it. How could he raise his head in front of Ling Su in the future? No, 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 I must definitely do it. The godlike young lad's strength must be all round. Ling Su did not have any obsession with the sword goat antelope, just like how he did not have any obsession with the silver frost mounts. He followed some traditions. That was his respect and yearning for Master Old Manu, but in essence, he disdained the traditions of the silver frost mounts. Not only him, the rest of his subordinates also revealed looks of shock. In the army, such a powerful person was the best choice to be the vanguard. Rather than wasting time on other aspects, why not focus on the sword? The silver aura that was like a storm struck the group of swallows. Swoosh! The silver spear thrusted out like lightning, his body moving along with the spear. The silver light flashed in the air, and his figure appeared 60 m away. Following that, another spear thrusted out. Swoosh! Another ray of silver light. The spear did not stop. The silver light was continuous, fast as lightning. Tang Tian's speed was extremely fast. Even Jing Hao, who was not fast, was carried by Crane. Currently, in the entire place, Crane, who had the demonic feather, was the fastest. Time changed the world. The things that disappeared would disappear. The things that were destroyed would be destroyed. The so-called glory belonged to others. What did it have to do with him? The zero-energy body caused his body to lose the ability to store energy. The energy was forced to be stored in the spirit domain, but it opened up a brand new path. From the looks of it, the energy stored in the spirit domain was only half of the energy stored in their Dantian. It looked like they had become weaker, but Ling Su knew they had a wider space. His white robe and silver hair fluttered in the air. His face was full of arrogance and craziness. His slightly squinted orange pupils were restrained. The silver spear in his hands did not move at all. It was as stable as molten iron pouring into his silver palms. Blazing and cold, releasing and restraining, they interweaved to form an extremely tense scene. A group of 50 men immediately separated from the group and rushed towards them, destroying ghosts and gods. Relying on the few of them, it was difficult to shake an army of 500 men. Their current mission was Precious Bright City. As for the army, it was better to leave it to Sher Sun, the old fox. Luckily, the opponent's position was on their right, and there was some distance between them and not in front of them. The second group did not expect that not only did the enemy not retreat, they even initiated an attack. Equally excited was Ling Su, the battle maniac. He wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Stabbed them to death with one spear. I'll go first. A formless undulation, with him as the center. Like a ripple, it spread out silently. In truth, even Jing Hao was envious. Jing Hao knew how to fly, but his speed was not fast. His current sword techniques had nothing to do with speed. But he did not spend time on his body techniques. His understanding of laws was the most profound among them. He knew that his current realm was still shallow. When his sword concept laws reached a higher level, the problem of speed would be easily solved. Yes, countless swallow-shaped sword auras suddenly poured out from the light shuttle, densely packed like rain, pouncing towards Ling Su. Pierce of the origin, Ling Su's early killing technique. Through evolution and exploration, he created the current star's origin pierce of the origin, because the space in the Dantian could not be expanded, but the spirit domain could continue to strengthen. The squad leader at the front suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The light of the swallow sword auras lit up Ling Su's fanatical and crazy face, and the squinted orange pupils, the light aura exploded. The flames seemed to have broken through the thin layer of rocks at the mouth of a volcano, wantonly flowing out, covering the entire field of vision. The entire light shuttle exploded, and at the same time, the swallow sword auras that flew out exploded. The squad leader had long noticed Ling Su. The opponent's killing intent caused his heart to tremble, and with his attack, he did not hold back at all. The swallow was instantly pierced, and the star's origin pierce of the origin pierce of the origin entered the light shuttle. The current Ling Su was like a regiment of blazing flames, a regiment of sharp flames. Yaya, who was on Tang Tian's shoulder, cried out, his small fists pounding his chest with all his might, producing banging sounds. Little Fool, who was at the side, rolled his eyes. Yaya's rhythm of pounding his chest was extremely familiar. Do you think this is a drum set, idiot? Comprehending the chi, Crane's body stretched out like a black crane, raising its head and crying out. Jinghao glanced at the squadron that was rushing over and said lightly, Crane, let's go. The shattered auras swirled around, like snow floating in the air. Sun Jian never thought that a small squadron would actually be wiped out in one move. The opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. An expert. With that said, the demonic feather trembled, and Crane brought Jinghao, and their figures suddenly disappeared. There are enemies in front. Tang Tian shouted at the top of his lungs. He rubbed his palms together, his face full of excitement. He had long been impatient. His path was long different. The gigantic fireball enveloped the sky. The entire squadron was annihilated. Not a single one survived. The squad leader gathered all his strength. His eyes opened wide in anger. The swallow sword suddenly thrusting out. He roared crazily, his fingers rubbing the silver spear, the surging energy and surging power. At the same time, his silver spear exploded. Tired? If you are afraid of being tired, why train? I can also train my endurance. Ling Su thought. Bang! A brand new path meant that he could no longer strictly follow the inheritance, but he did not care at all. His power did not all come from the inheritance. But his sweat, every bit of enlightenment, was soaked in sweat. Next was Tang Tian, or more accurately, Little Fool. Little Fool alone carried Tang Tian, Wang Juanxian, and Yaya, and could be said to be the representative of the coolies. The most surprising thing was Ling Su. It was not only his speed, but the way he was advancing. Feeling the surging power in his body, he was like a wild beast pouncing forward with his body arched. These few days of training caused his physical body's strength to increase greatly. His spirit domain was the strongest out of the few, even stronger than Jinghao because he had the silver transformation. In the bitter battle in Big Dipper, his potential was constantly being stimulated, the silver transformation frequently acting up. His spirit domain was already much stronger. Both parties did not have the intention to slow down and clashed head-on. Ling Su's performance caused Tang Tian's blood to boil. He raised both of his arms, strained his throat, and shouted word by word, Little Su, Su. He was surprised in his heart. His 500 men were the elites of the army. They had gone through many rounds of selection and had gone through the tempering of battles. In a place like the Shang system, they should not have any opponents. Furthermore, in one move, all 10 of them were killed. Sweat doesn't lie. Chapter 581. The agile light swallow did not seem to sense the incoming danger. The sword light descended from the sky, straight as a ruler, as though it was cutting tofu. The group of light swallows were split into two. The 7 soldiers were not able to dodge in time, and could only watch as the sword light swept past their bodies. For example, with the swordsman as the arrowhead, with 2 companies by his side, their ability to break through was extremely sharp. So powerful. Tang Tian's eyes were fixated on them. Jinghao and Crane's performance caused him to be fascinated. His gaze swept past the enemies, and very quickly he locked onto the most conspicuous person in the group. A few seconds was enough. Wait a minute. Jing Hao looked even more ordinary, but Jing Hao at that moment had attracted everyone's attention. He was dressed in simple clothes, quietly floating in the air, the black sword in his hand. Every movement was free and easy, without any killing intent. The ethereal and graceful sword dance. No one felt that it was pleasing to the eyes, only fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. He was a true swordsman. Crane's sudden appearance caused the soldiers to panic, and they could only instinctively defend. In the blink of an eye, 10 soldiers had died, causing the captain of the second high school to be extremely shocked. Jing Hao, who was above him, was releasing a cold intent, causing him to be enraged. Protection of the swallow. It was a true massacre, a one-sided massacre. From the start to the end, the second high school did not have any threatening attacks and were in a state of being suppressed. I am devout to the sword. I am focused on the sword, but I will not lose myself in the sword. And Crane's silent reaping caused the brave and courageous high school to show signs of collapse. Sun had told them before, to any army, formations were the foundation of the majority of tactics. If not, they would not even be able to synchronize their energy. The might of the sword wave was not considered strong, and only lasted for a few seconds, and after a few seconds, it once again dissipated into the seemingly chaotic, formless ripples. Massacre! Sun Jie secretly praised in his heart. He was actually looking forward to the result of the slash on the protection of the swallow. He initially thought that the trip to the Shang continent would be boring, but he did not expect to meet a few strong people. The entire platoon had long been enveloped by these seemingly chaotic and formless ripples. The seemingly graceful and ethereal sword dance was actually filled with killing intent. The ripples that seemed to only be able to disturb one's mind quietly overlapped with each other, forming a formless sword wave. Hundreds of light swallows flew around, forming an extremely thick defensive barrier. The swallow's protection was different from a normal defense shield. These light swallows were flexible and flexible. The light swallows would automatically choose to gather at the most dangerous place. But it was not the first time Crane and Jing Hao had encountered the Sacred Saint Galaxy army. After sparring with Sun, they had grasped some of the specialties of armies, and the most important thing was the formation. Sun Jie quickly calculated in his heart, but he wasn't too worried. Even if this swallow protection was only 75% complete, it wasn't something that a single person could break. That's great. At that moment, that person swung his sword. That's right, that's him. In the blink of an eye, only the platoon leader and the 4 soldiers were left. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Pu. Chance. Witnessing the scene, the military generals and soldiers all had pale faces. All of the dead soldiers suddenly had their throats cut open by an invisible sword and suddenly exploded. But Sun Jie's face changed. The drunk on saint blood in his hand revealed a demonic dark red color, like a burning hot iron. The flesh on Jing Hao's palm started to burn, but Jing Hao's expression remained the same, as though he did not feel anything. Sun Jie's green face finally relaxed. The second high school captain's reaction was not slow, which meant that he did not panic. Swallow's protection was their specialized defensive tactic, and under extremely disadvantageous circumstances, it was able to give them time to breathe. If one looked closely, they would discover that there was a transparent shield of light on each of the light swallows. But let's take a look first. The man in front of him was emitting the aura of a swordsman. He was already thinking about their background and whether or not he could recruit them to fill up his own vanguard unit. Although Sun Jie advocated for overall control, but that did not mean that he would ignore the use of the vanguard unit. Regardless of whether it was the partial tearing or the messy battle or the most common sneak attacks, they were all the specialties of these arrogant and unruly fugitives. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He could tell with one look that he was the leader of the group. The shock on their faces had not disappeared, and the energy in their bodies had already gone out of control. But Sun Jie, who had seen a true swordsman before, knew how dangerous they were. Maybe you could use 200 men to easily kill them, but if you were not prepared, they would be like a hard awl piercing through your defense, and the rusty sword tip would already be at your throat. It was impossible to describe the beauty of the sword. It did not have much brilliance, but Sun Jie's vision was split into two by the straight sword light without any arc. So, everyone had never given up. I am not chasing after power, but the sword in my heart. All of the soldiers felt as though they had been pardoned, and immediately ran away. No one thought that Yen Hu would actually be unable to block the sword. The surroundings were raging with flames. Their ears were ringing. The soldiers were stupefied. They instinctively rushed out of the explosion. Swordsman! Sun Jie's heart turned cold. Crane's feet moved, continuously stepping on the 7 stars. The sword was like a swimming dragon, sweeping across the sky. The dazzling changes were as smooth as flowing water. Chi chi chi. 6 soldiers' throats spurted out blood at the same time. Swordsman was an ancient profession. So ancient that they could not keep up with the times. They did not care about winning. They only cared about the sword in their hands, and only cared about their understanding of the sword and what realm they had reached. They ate the wind and drank the dew, alone, chasing after their illusory dreams. They were already unable to keep up with the times. Under such circumstances, they were still able to maintain their formation, showing that they were well trained. Jing Hao did not care, and once again raised drunk on saint blood in his hand. The straight sword light once again appeared in the sky. It did not flash past, but like a scratch on glass, it remained in the sky. Deathly silence. All the swordsmen would always have their own weird points. The remaining 40 people, the light auras around their bodies merged into one, and over 100 big and small light swallows flew out from the troops, flying around the troops, covering them tightly. Nimble, intelligent, flexible defense, that was the strongest point of Yen Hu. The soldier at the very front suddenly had a strange sluggishness on his face. He froze on the spot and almost instantly broke free from this state. However, he felt a pain in his throat, and a stream of blood spurted out. His eyes widened in fear, and the blood spurting out like an arrow turned into a bloody mist in his vision. Sun Jie's pupils suddenly dilated. His expression was as though he had seen a ghost. Hearing those words, Sun Zheng's face immediately became pale white. Bang! The opponent's attacking methods were endless and impossible to defend against. 10 soldiers lost control and fell from the sky. There would always be a time when an individual's strength was exhausted. Only with the wisdom of a group could they truly change the world. They did not fit in with the times. Their entire bodies reeked of a stale smell. They stubbornly held on to things that were already outdated and were not willing to let go. So, everyone was advancing. There was nothing more terrifying than an unknown death that was so close to them. Sun Jie stared at the ghost-like black figure in the sky. That's right, it was the formless sword Ripple. That black figure. Every time he changed his position, there would be a formless and colorless ripple. This was an era of teamwork, an era where armies ruled. The soldiers who had just rushed out of the fire only felt their vision blur, and a ghost-like figure entered their vision. In the blink of an eye, a few more people fell, and without exception, all of them were hit in their vitals. Jing Hao brandished drunk on saint blood, and 7 straight sword auras suddenly blossomed from the sword body like 7 extremely fine light beams. They entered the heads of 7 soldiers. In just a few rounds, the elite 2nd platoon was left with only 4 people. Almost all of them were massacred, showing the difference in strength between the two sides. Ling Su's wanton craziness, Crane's ethereal aura, did not give Sun Jie as much of a shock as Jing Hao. The entire platoon was also split into 2 by the sword. An entire platoon of Swallow Protection was extremely difficult to break. With 10 people missing, its performance was affected, and the damage was at least 25%. He knew that even if he returned alive, he would be punished by the master. But in such a short period of time, the second platoon was left with so few people, causing his heart to ache, even if the master were to punish him. He could not care less. The ghost-like black figure had already disappeared. Crane and Jing Hao realized at the same time that it was the best opportunity, and the two of them brazenly took action. Sword concept law. Although the sword was not considered strong, but it contained sword concept law, as expected of a swordsman. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 20 people left. The platoon leader's heart was in despair. He could not care about anything else and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat to the main formation." The entire place quietened down as though the air had congealed. "Hey, white-clothed sissy, come out and fight." Jing Hao's two sword auras that were filled with sword concept law did not cause the platoon to collapse. The sudden explosion of their comrades also did not cause the platoon to collapse. 2 seconds later, the 10 soldiers in the middle of the platoon, all of their foreheads had an extremely thin blood wound, the blood wound slowly spreading out. He cupped both of his hands around his mouth, pulled his throat, and shouted with all his might. Sun Jia could no longer hold it in, and exclaimed, "Formless sword ripple." The ripples that were released had the effect of disturbing people's state of mind. The sword ripple that came and went without a trace was impossible to defend against. The blood light burst out. No matter how fierce you are, how ruthless you are still a sword in my hand. Tang Tian felt his blood boiling. His fighting intent was completely aroused by the astonishing performance of the few people. He had long forgotten that he should rush over and reach Treasure Light earlier. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to fight. Fight fiercely. It was as though he was a death god dressed in a black robe, dancing gracefully. Every time he danced, he would reap a life. You do not know when it will be your turn. You do not know where the sword ripple will appear, and where it will attack you, when you know you will already be dead. His body was quickly falling, his consciousness starting to fade. Why can't I see that sword? The flames from the energy explosion enveloped the entire platoon. Chapter 582, such a powerful cousin brother, was actually called a sissy. Sun Zheng, who was extremely careful, noticed that the veins behind his cousin brother's ears were twitching and quietly moved to the side. Retreat without permission, kill. Crane face-bombed. Ling Su face-bombed. Little Fool face-bombed. Yaya face-bombed. Even the steady Jing Hao had the urge to face-bomb. Crane said softly, "While these people are attracted by Tang Tian, we will first go to Precious Bright City and save the rest." But since the opponent's schemes were so deep, then he would definitely not throw his life away, and definitely had some unexpected killing technique. Sun Zheng was happy, but following that, his gaze was stunned by his cousin brother's terrifying aura. Ling Su immediately laughed, patted his chest, and said righteously, "Without me, aren't you guys in danger? Crazy Tang is an unkillable cockroach. Don't bother about him." Little Fool's heart trembled. Sun Jia was the first person that Tang Tian had met as an opponent. Towards the Sacred Saint Galaxy, which was dominated by armies, Little Fool initially thought that their individual strengths would be extremely bad, but Little Fool knew that he was wrong. What a deep scheming mind. Although he was a wine bag and rice bag, but towards his own cousin brother, he understood him more than any other person. His own cousin brother usually looked refined and cultured. Regardless of who he was humble and courteous. But Sun Zheng knew, under this layer of disguise, was a cold and ruthless heart. In the formation, 4 palm-sized light swallows swept out like lightning, instantly hitting the chests of the 4 remaining soldiers, causing their bodies to freeze in place. "Are you humiliated?" Ling Su rejoiced in their misfortune. He suddenly remembered that he was also wearing white clothes. His face changed, and immediately cleared himself up with a straight face. "It has nothing to do with what clothes I wear. I feel that he is truly a sissy." Sun Jie squinted his eyes. That was interesting. He had never seen such a technique before. The usage of energy was extremely exquisite. "But this level of attack is not enough to defeat me." "Such a pity," Tang Tian interrupted impatiently. "Hey, stop talking nonsense. Do you want to fight?" "White sissy." White sissy." Sun Zheng looked at his cousin's demon-like back and shook his head repeatedly. "This is definitely a method the other party used to confuse us. Who would be stupid enough to say their intentions out loud? They must be trying to make us split up. It's a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy." The people of the sanctuary were born as saints, and they were born with the ability to mobilize energy. This also gave them a unique advantage in terms of cultivation. However, this did not mean that everyone was an expert. His face was filled with innocence and feigned innocence. His disguise was flawless, coupled with his provocative words. Even he fell for it. It could be seen that his methods were superb. Then, he used his companions to pretend to accidentally expose his intentions. A series of conspiracies quickly formed in Sun Jie's mind. Sun Jie said coldly with a calm face. Even though they were enemies, he still sympathized with them. The rage that Sun Jie was suppressing finally exploded. He flew into a rage. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." "Shut up." Sun Jie turned around and roared in anger. He stepped out from the crowd. If he didn't turn this bastard's bones into ashes today, he swore that he would not rest. Crane's face was filled with helplessness as he muttered softly, "Hey, our plan is to go to Precious Bright City." Although it was a very low level and not a complete energy transformation, it meant that the other party was already at the edge of the silver rank. In time, he would definitely step into the realm of silver rank. Sun Jie forcefully restrained the anger in his chest, using his greatest restraint. He slowly exhaled a long breath and forced himself to remain calm. "Your target is Precious Bright City? Don't tell me you guys are from the Shang continent? You guys." His stepmother had continuously sent out 6 servants, but none of them lived for more than 3 months. What was even more terrifying was that his cousin brother did not leave behind any evidence. His temperament, so hurtful. "You're thinking too much." The few of them retorted at the same time. No one believed that Crazy Tang was so smart. Jing, how was a little sympathetic. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Behind Tang Tian, Ling Su revealed an enlightened expression. He gave a thumbs up and said softly, "Crazy Tang is so smart. Provoke the other party's boss, then kill him with a spear. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader." Jinghao nodded his head. "Good." Crane glanced at Ling Su. "Oh, I understand. You wear white clothes." When Sun Jie flew out of the formation, he stopped 30 m away from Tang Tian. He had already calmed down. He was an outstanding military general. To think that a person, with just a few words, made him give up his advantage. He immediately realized what was going on and could not help but be frightened. Sun Jie's body technique was extremely agile and exquisite. It was like nature itself. Compared to the flying spirit techniques in Heaven's Road, it had many traces of being chiseled. Thinking about it, little fool understood. Sacred Saint Galaxy people were born with the ability to fly. To them, flying was an instinct. Sissy, energy transformation. That was what Sun Jie was most confident about. Although the opponent was scheming and had an unfathomable background, but without a doubt, the opponent had not gained enlightenment on energy transformation. Regardless of what tricks the opponent had, as long as he had not gained enlightenment on energy transformation, he would definitely not be able to win against him. Ling Su did not feel anything. He excitedly waved the silver spear in his hand and transformed into a silver light. "Precious bright city, go, go, go." The adjutant beside him had a cold glint in his eyes. He loudly agreed. "Behead him." "Why not? Are you that powerful?" Tang Tian was curious. "But this has nothing to do with being powerful or not. This is, oh, temperament. That's right. That's right, temperament." The disparity of at least 10 times of energy was an insurmountable gap between bronze saints and silver saints. Above bronze was silver. It was extremely difficult to advance to a silver saint. If we were to say that bronze saints were saints, they needed to have a basic understanding of energy. Their forte was the precise and outstanding control of the energy in their bodies. Recently, things had been going too smoothly for him. He was slightly careless. He needed to reflect on himself. When ordinary people are born, they do not have any grades. After going through systematic training, their personal strength would increase. With a basic understanding of energy, after passing professional tests, they would be able to obtain the certification of a bronze saint. Everyone in the 8th Army revealed expressions of fear. The entire unit kept quiet out of fear. They did not even dare to breathe. How was the master's temper? In his heart, he was secretly gloating. Crazy Tang was truly too hurtful. But he glanced at Sun Jie and silently gave him a thumbs up. "Hey, I'm making my move," Tang Tian shouted. Before he even finished speaking, he had already made the first move. "But this is a good opportunity." Sun Zheng was also dumbstruck. Sissy, the blazing energy was like fireflies that filled the sky. They fluttered about without end. Shua, regardless if it was the enemy or Tang Tian's side, everyone's eyes instinctively turned to look at Sun Jie. The air seemed to have solidified. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. When he was 9 years old, he personally killed the servant that his stepmother had sent to monitor him, and then faked the scene. Sun Jie dodged lightly. Such an attack did not pose any threat to him. As one of the vast stars, 3 stars, Sun Jie's individual strength was outstanding. Before the age of 30, he had already reached the silver rank. Among the many military generals in the vast star continent, he was the only one. Ling Su suddenly waved his hand at Tang Tian and shouted loudly, "Hey, Mengnan, I'll leave this place to you. We are going to precious bright city." Sun Jie's face turned red and green, green and black, black and white. "Is this your trump card?" Dazzling sparks swept across the sky. Tang Tian whistled and changed his claw technique. Bang! Ling Su was hesitant. It would be a pity to miss such a huge battle. He said, "Why don't you guys go, and I stay behind to help Crazy Tang?" Tang Tian's punches missed a few times, but he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He shouted out loud. Changing his fist into a claw, he suddenly clawed at Sun Jie. The flying technique that he had trained day and night was something that Heaven's Road could never compare to. "Master," the adjutant saw that things were not going well and immediately advised. Tang Tian waved his hand without turning his head, his fighting spirit soaring. "Go, go, leave this place to me." For balls of flames blossomed in the sky and engulfed the 4 figures. The rest of them almost dropped from the sky. Their intentions were exposed just like that. This idiot. But the silver rank was a whole different world. Its core difference was energy transmutation. His subordinate thought that it made sense, and immediately said, "Master is wise." Bronze saints meant that they were different from ordinary people. They were also the standard of selection for elite soldiers, and the most outstanding of them would hold the position of a small captain in the army. Sun Jie's pupils congealed. The firefly-like light regiments were burning energy. He could smell a familiar smell. Crane clenched his teeth. He was extremely regretful that he actually told Ling Su, about his intention to fight. All right, I am the stupid one. Little Fool, who was experienced in battles, knew how important an outstanding flying technique was in a battle. The two figures intersected and chased each other in the sky. They were as fast as lightning, but as Little Fool deduced, Tang Tian was unable to even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Sun Jie decided to observe first. By destroying the microscopic structure of energy, one could obtain 10 times or even 10 times more energy. That was called energy transmutation. To be able to gain enlightenment on energy transmutation was the mark of becoming a silver saint. Master, should we send people to Precious Bright City? His subordinate came over and asked Sun Zheng. Sun Jie's gaze suddenly turned cold, and in his hand was a short sword shaped like a swift. Sun Jie's mouth revealed a cold smile. His cousin brother, who was by his side, had already calmed down, while Sun Zheng's calves were trembling. When he was young, he had seen his cousin brother take care of a servant. His calm face caused him to pee in his pants. And it was from that moment onwards, his cousin brother's calm face was deeply imprinted in his mind. Sun Jie became even more cautious. Demon King Blazing Firefly. His cousin brother was angry. Sissy. Sun Jie squinted his eyes and smiled. I never thought that someone would actually dare to say such words to me. The entire family was intimidated by his cousin brother, and even his stepmother felt a chill down her spine and took the initiative to stop. And on the third day after his cousin brother became the commander of the army, the mechanical boat she was on had an accident and died. In a flash, he appeared by Sun Jie's side and punched towards Sun Jie. The rest followed with helpless faces. Only Little Fool and Yaya stayed behind. Chapter 583. Yaya's screams were incessant. It was quickly falling down. It did not know how to fly, and was relying on Little Fool's help to keep it afloat. At that moment, Little Fool's energy was completely exhausted. It immediately became like a weight, falling down. Gemini constellation was sealed for 20 years, and so was the palace. Boom. I've been in this palace for 16 years, and I haven't wasted a single moment. Pa. The power of a silver saint was unimaginable to a bronze saint. Wait a minute. Even the term saint was named after their nostalgia for their hometown. But regardless of whether it was the Sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road, there was no difference between the realms of saints. There was a clear cry of a swallow. Little Fool. Waiter. His intelligence, perseverance, maturity, calmness, and even his silence made these spirit general teachers feel that he was perfect, if not for this period of time. Little Fool had poured all his heart and soul into the forceful subjugating bead, and had a deeper understanding of the forceful subjugating bead, adding that his own attainments in the sword were rather outstanding. Second only to Jing Hao, he would have barely managed to do it. The sword's light dimmed, and a palm-sized swift that looked like it was carved out of pure silver flew out from the sword and landed on Sun Jie's shoulder. The silver swallow was extremely lively, and its small eyes were extremely quick-witted. It jumped on Sun Jie's shoulder, and from time to time, it would peck Sun Jie's shoulder intimately. All right, I can't be outdone by that idiot. Boom. But he couldn't get out. The palace gate couldn't be opened. His father must have already made arrangements. The palace was transformed into a place suitable for souls to live. The exit of the palace was left on his body. There was a large number of ancient books in the palace, all of which his father had meticulously collected. He had already made arrangements for everything. That was a soul puppet. The burning clumps of energy exploded like firecrackers. The scene of tens of thousands of fireflies exploding at the same time was extremely spectacular. Silver feathers flew everywhere, but the sword light did not diminish. The creator of the 12 ecliptic palaces brought the martial techniques of the sacred domain to the Heaven's Road. Furthermore, In the environment of the Heavens Road with a high spirit and low energy, they developed a martial technique that was completely different from the sacred domain. St. Sword Ocean Prison. The small silver swallow released an extremely dangerous aura. However, it was already too late. The current situation didn't allow him to retreat. There were also times when he was happy, such as watching that idiot do stupid things from afar. Little Fool knew that something was wrong. He knew that the situation was dire. He rushed forward, his right hand that was hanging by his side clenched. Borrowing the momentum, he pulled out the ocean prison sword from the void. Holding onto the forceful subjugating bead in his left hand, from the sea of laws in the forceful subjugating bead, a golden rune chain that looked like seaweed flew out, quietly coiling around his ocean prison sword, and entered the spirit-devouring flame. His sword saint teachers had explained to him in detail what silver was. An intense explosion blossomed with dazzling light. The world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The loud explosion shook everyone's ears and caused them to buzz. The ocean prison sword immediately changed, although the spirit-devouring flame coiled around the sword blade, but the void-dark flames and the spirit-devouring flame did not merge. This time, with the addition of the golden runes, the two completely fused together. However, this sword strike had already exhausted all of his energy. There was not a single drop of energy left in his body. The energy density of the silver crystal was 46 times that of the highest grade star stone. He was different from the Fool as the dark side of Gemini constellation. Ever since he was born, he had lost control of his body and lived in another place. Even so, his arms felt like they were about to break, and he could not help but groan again. The Fool was not clear of the gap between the silver and bronze, but he understood. 5 years of fundamental training, his perseverance, caused people to raise their eyebrows. Even from afar, he could feel the light and heat emitted by the Fool. He was truly a fellow that would unknowingly burn people's eyes. The citizens outside the palace were still reminiscing about their former king, and every year there would be an endless stream of citizens that would come to the palace to pay their respects. Little Fool listened to the pious footsteps, listened to the whispers of prayers in the wind. 20 years of time was not enough for the once proud people to lose their faith. Maybe the hope was slim, but before they died, no one could erase it. The two light auras clashed without any fancy moves. Sun Jie's face changed. He had never seen such a weird sword aura before, and an intense sense of danger enveloped his heart. Little Fool had never been so serious before, because he had never been in such a dangerous situation before. The small and exquisite silver swallow was more powerful than any enemy he had ever met before. If the energy in the silver swallow exploded, it could destroy 1/30th of the entire red grass planet. That was Sun Jie's greatest confidence. He chuckled, bringing along a deep sense of pride. Tang Tian stared straight at the silver swallow, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Little Fool, who was behind Tang Tian, also revealed a look of shock. Sun Jie's eyes were wide open, his heart jumping. The requirements to form a spirit dyad were extremely harsh, and to be able to play with a spirit dyad, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he had never heard of such a powerful spirit dyad. The other party's background was definitely not ordinary. The surging energy storm was like a hurricane, suddenly spewing out from the small and exquisite silver swallow's beak. Without hesitation, he used the best method he could think of to borrow the power of the forceful subjugating bead. But not for failure. The energy in Little Fool's body was instantly sucked dry by the gold symbols. He did not panic. With his strength, facing a silver saint, he had no chance of winning. Little Fool revealed a helpless look. The world in front of him was spinning. His consciousness was becoming blurry. Am I going to die? To him, the Shang continent was completely worthless. The problem of conscripting people was not a big problem. Without the Shang continent, he could go to the summer continent. Even if Sun Zheng did not complete it in the end, he could use his and the Sun family's face to plead with Master Ziqing, and Master Ziqing would not make things difficult for him. Little Fool waved his sword without hesitation, but the sea of laws inside the forceful subjugating bead was vast and boundless. If he were to fight inside the forceful subjugating bead, he would be able to do it easily. But to guide the power of the sea of laws from the bead to the sword, the difficulty increased by 10 times. The silver swallow's light aura burst forth, transforming into a silver light, pouncing towards the sword light. The spirit-devouring flame's colors completely disappeared, becoming transparent, while the pitch-black void dark flames also became much dimmer, as though it was a shadow. The former glory of Gemini constellation was long gone. How is that possible? The silver feather, dissipated in the air, did not explode. How is that possible? Any of the small feather fragments were enough to cause an explosion. The swallow's pure silver body was formed from energy that had been compressed to the extreme, and thus condensed into a silver crystal. In essence, the structure of this silver crystal was not much different from the star stone. The only difference between the two was the density. The silver swallow's display of strength caused the entire formation to erupt in cheers. Everyone felt their blood boiling. This was an invincible master who was hailed as a future famous general. Occasionally, Little Fool would want to go out, with the void as the sheath, the dark flames as the body, the willpower as the handle. The swallow's dagger suddenly lit up with a dazzling light aura. The energy in Sun Jie's body, after going through the energy transformation, its power had increased by 10 times. Tang Tian was sent flying by the astonishing chi wave, like an arrow leaving the bow. He shot into the thick clouds. The energy storm that the silver swallow spat out was extremely wide, and he was unable to dodge in time. He arched his body and used his arms to protect himself. A huge force came over, and Tang Tian felt as though he was being struck by a wild beast. He immediately understood that he could not resist it, and following the surging force, he was like a spring borrowing the force. He shot backwards. For such a small matter, to create an enemy with a strong background was not a wise decision. Little Fool's face was extremely pale, his body swaying unsteadily. Silver Realm, since the two of you won't die from the fall. Tang Tian immediately sensed Little Fool's strange state and immediately became anxious. The ground in his vision was getting bigger, and he was about to crash into it. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and suddenly made an unexpected move. I have been in the shadow of this palace for 16 years, waiting for hope in the cold night. The silver swallow suddenly spread its wings, transforming into a silver light. Like a silver arrow, it shot towards the clouds. Tang Tian screamed out continuously. He had met the same fate as Yaya. What was even more tragic was that he was sent flying even higher and thought that Little Fool would catch him, but who knew that his falling momentum did not slow down at all. The wind whistled past his ears, and the ground was getting closer and closer to him. Tang Tian could not care about anything else and screamed out loud. He was regretting the battle in his heart. Chi, chi, chi. A transparent and shadowy sword aura appeared in front of the silver swallow. Tang Tian had the Southern Cross base, while he had the Gemini palaces. Tang Tian was ignorant of the future, while he was entrusted with a heavy mission. Your bravery and fearlessness, your light and heat, will always warm and motivate your companions. It was different from what the younger generation thought. In the hearts of the majority of martial artists in Heaven's Road, the Saint Realm was the highest peak. But at that time, in the eyes of the founders of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, the Saint Realm was just the beginning. The silver swallow sensed danger and screeched. All of its silver feathers stood up. Whoosh! Its feathers were like silver arrows, pouncing towards the sword, aura. When the light aura dissipated, the noble and agile silver swallow's entire right wing had been sliced off. The wound looked extremely terrifying. Little Fool's situation was even worse. The ocean prison sword in his hand had broken inch by inch. Bang! It transformed into a broken aura that dissipated in the air. So, the spacious and empty palace was covered in dust. The spiders diligently left their nets in every corner that they could see. The cracks in the walls were overgrown with weeds and dilapidated walls. They could be seen everywhere. Suddenly, Little Fool's mouth revealed a faint smile. His young and adorable face was as sharp as a sword, releasing an imposing aura. Every single detail of his 16 years of life flashed past his mind. Other than that, there were his teachers, the 6 sword saint spirit generals. There was the ocean prison sword Saint Wu Wang Hai, the Pipa sword Saint Shang Wan Ting, etc. This made him not feel lonely, although the teachers were strict with him, and training was extremely boring and painful, but he was proud and had high expectations for himself, and was able to complete any training with outstanding results. Thus all of the teachers were full of praises for him. But most of the time, he was like the towering palace that was covered in dust, bearing the hopes of his people, bearing the hopes of his father. He could be silent, but he had to stand tall. He could be lonely, but he had to move forward. The silver swallow looked at the fireflies dancing in the sky, its eyes revealing a look of disdain. It suddenly opened its small beak and screeched. Chapter 584. Seeing that Tang Tian was struggling to climb up, Sun Jie felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. For such a trash, he had actually wasted so much time. The injured Silver Swift jumped onto the Swift sword, the endless amount of energy continuously healing its injured body. What made Sun Jie's soul fly out of his body was that the energy that he had injected into the sword actually disappeared without a trace. Then, what he did not expect was that Yaya's blue fist would suddenly become soft, suddenly grabbing onto the Swift sword's blade. Following that, it swung its body, and like an octopus, it hugged onto the Swift sword tightly. But in that short moment, half of the energy in Sun Jie's body was sucked out. This was the reason why Sun Jie threw away the sword in a panic. He had a premonition that if he did not throw away the sword, the energy in his body would be sucked dry. His biggest problem in the air was that he had nowhere to borrow strength from. But what if he were to create a place to borrow strength from? Sun Jie was bewildered. Spirit Dyad? Doesn't seem like it. Yaya's face was filled with anger, its chubby little face baring its teeth at Sun Jie. It usually enjoyed itself too much, although it had grown wings. But it was Little Fool who brought it to fly. It had a clingy personality and treated it as a display of intimacy with Little Fool. If there was a day when Little Fool did not bring it to play, it would be disappointed, as though it had lost its favor. Although the people of the Sacred Saint Galaxy naturally knew how to use energy, but there was a small chance that they would be unable to use energy at all. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, this was called energy barrier, which meant that there was a problem with using energy. Energy barrier was the most serious disability, even more serious than losing an arm or a leg. Without legs or hands, as long as one had the talent to use energy, they would be able to live. Energy could be used to do anything that one's hands and feet could do, and there were many grandmasters who were born with physical disabilities and relied more on energy control, and were even more focused, causing them to be even more outstanding in their respective fields. But the next scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. The Silver Swift was like a biscuit being eaten by Yaya piece by piece, and after 10 seconds, the Silver Swift was completely in Yaya's stomach. What is that? The air layer shattered, but Tang Tian's figure suddenly rose a bit. Yaya raised its head and grinned at Sun Jie, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. It suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth to bite the tip of the sword. Tang Tian, who was falling rapidly, took a deep breath, and all the energy in his body surged as he suddenly smashed his palm down. It was actually eaten. The silver swallow was completely formed from energy, and the energy contained in the silver swallow was extremely terrifying. If it exploded, everything within a 50-kilometer radius would definitely be razed to the ground. What a pity, this kind of trash didn't even have the slightest bit of value. Pa pa pa. However, what was even more unbelievable was that this monster was absorbing his energy. This was what truly terrified him. After all, after stepping into the silver realm, the energy would undergo energy transformation. Not only would its quantity increase, but its destructiveness would also increase. A shadow with a blue afterimage suddenly flew in front of him. The gloves were extremely small and perfectly covered Yaya's small fists. Sun Jia was the most affected. He stared at the fleshy little thing in shock. He could not believe his own eyes. Suddenly, he exclaimed out loud. One blue and one white, two straight light auras clashed without any fancy moves. The bigger the clan, the more intense the internal competition was. This kind of trash basically had no place to live. They could only rely on others and live in the shadows, struggling at death's door. Everyone had the same question in their hearts at the same time. Sun Jia only felt a bone-chilling cold. The swift sword had followed him for many years and was something that he had spent a large sum of money to hire a weapon refiner grandmaster to refine. It had followed him through tens of battles, big and small, and had never received any damage. Even the energy that had undergone energy transformation was unable to harm it. Kacha! The entire battlefield was extremely quiet. Only the sound of Kacha Kacha could be heard, and Tang Tian's gasping for breath could be heard. This kind of energy is impossible to absorb. Pa! Everyone's gaze landed on the figure that was hugging the sword and gnawing on it. The fleshy body, the blue light wings, and the blue stone on its forehead. The sword blade is gone. Even the sword hilt is gone. It was not loud, but it was like a wave of cold that engulfed the entire battlefield. Little Fool could do nothing about it. Ever since Yaya sacrificed himself to block the attack for him, every time he saw Yaya's disappointed face, he would think back to that day and would always indulge Yaya. It was as though the video was stuck. It was stuck one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The highly compressed air layer formed beneath Tang Tian's palm. Feeling the sturdiness of the air layer, Tang Tian was ecstatic. He immediately borrowed the force and shot upwards. That's why I left my home and came to the Shang continent. Every domain of the Sacred Saint Galaxy was inseparable from the control of energy. The surging energy storm wreaked havoc, causing the air in a radius of 10 li to be stirred. Sun Jia revealed a smile, but in his mind, could it be that he is born with an energy handicap? A blue light fist was about to strike the tip of his sword. Sun Jia clenched his teeth. The energy in his body frantically surged into the swift sword in his hand. But Yaya had already taken the chance to sit on the back of the silver swift sword, and the energy storm did not hit him. Yaya bared his snow-white teeth, his face revealing a fierce expression. It was him who injured Little Fool. Yaya was enraged. His guts surged. He lowered his head and bit the silver swift sword's neck. What kind of monster is he? A blue and a white light aura interweaved in the air. In the blink of the eye, the silver swift sword was back to normal and nimbly jumped onto Sun Jia's shoulder. That is energy that has undergone energy transformation. Just as both parties were about to collide, Yaya suddenly dropped down, appearing below the silver swift sword. His hands extended out like lightning and suddenly hugged the silver swift sword. And it seems like no one cares about me. Tang Tian was like a frog, his hands and legs fiercely slapped downwards, attempting to slow down his descent. And my own body is definitely not tougher than the swift sword. Seeing the swift sword in his hand shrinking at an astonishing speed, Sun Jia quivered. He threw down the swift sword that was only halfway down and anxiously retreated. Tang Tian was like a wobbling rocket, suddenly rising up, rushing left and right. He did not have the slightest bit of elegance, but instead looked to be in a difficult situation. Tang Tian's first thought was to compress the air and form an air wall. Yaya suddenly stopped. He raised both of his arms and stared straight at him. It was different from the usual condensation of energy. This time, the energy was dispersed, but it was evenly distributed like a large disk. Crack, crack. The silver swift sword froze, and Sun Jie's face changed. Success. Yaya's body was fleshy and soft, and looked extremely different from a normal spirit general. Crack, crack. But in front of the two neat rows of snow-white teeth, it was actually so weak. Crack, crack. The silver swift sword seemed to have sensed danger approaching, and struggled with all its might, continuously opening its mouth to spit out a terrifying energy storm. Sun Jie's face became ugly. Just at that moment, his body suddenly froze. Sun Jie was scared silly. The snow-white teeth were like two rows of fine steel blades. No, steel blades were definitely not as ferocious. He could even see the two rows of teeth that Yaya opened and closed, causing metal shards to fly out. Yaya felt that it was very fresh. The two small fists clashed together, light auras splashing everywhere. Yaya immediately became excited. Its small eyes were extremely bright, banging on its chest, its mouth squeaking out weird sounds. Too ferocious. The army behind Sun Jie laughed out loud. They knew how to use energy from birth, and to them, flying was even more proficient than walking, and had long become an instinct. Seeing that Tang Tian was like a frog, jumping up bit by bit, they naturally felt that it was extremely comical. When Yaya suddenly dropped, it was so scared that it flapped its wings with all its might, and finally stopped at a height of 30 m from the ground. When it saw that little fool was injured and fainted, it immediately went berserk, without hesitation. It flew over to take revenge for little fool. Yaya burped with a satisfied look. The stone on its forehead suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Threads of blue light flowed out from the stone and flowed along Yaya's body. The blue light threads were as smooth as water. They split into two parts. One part flowed into the light wings on its back. The light wings continued to grow and became bigger. The other part flowed into Yaya's fists and converged into a pair of blue gloves. Why bother with a bud spirit general? The blue light flashed. Sun Jie's eyes became blurred. A strong sense of danger surfaced in his mind. His face changed. The silver swift on his shoulder transformed into a silver light and welcomed the blue light. Everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to their head. Its body was small and exquisite, as though it was hanging on the sword blade. Its head was only a few millimeters away from the sword tip. It had two rows of pure white teeth, with a few scraps of metal, as though the most savage beast in the forest had eaten its fill with the remnants of meat and blood between its fangs. Sun Jie, who was initially afraid, no longer had any misgivings. Even if the opponent was from a big family, even if he was doted on, he was destined to have a tragic life due to his energy impairment. His speed slowed down slightly, although it was extremely small, but Tang Tian's mind was roused, and an extremely brazen idea surfaced in his mind. Sun Jie's face changed. The blue light was extremely fast. Without thinking, he raised the swift sword in his hand again. Yaya howled and pounced towards Sun Jie. The extremely sturdy sword blade was like a crispy biscuit, and Yaya was nibbling on it at an astonishing rate. Behind Yaya, Tang Tian was struggling to climb up bit by bit. Tang Tian had already thought of a name, which was Dry Pull. Ling Su had Spear Sprint. I have Dry Pull, but it's so tiring. When it finished gnawing on the last bit of the sword hilt, Yaya raised its small head. Its pair of faint blue eyes curved into two shallow blue crescent moons. Its chubby little face was filled with satisfaction. It laughed foolishly, but in the eyes of the group, it was undoubtedly the most terrifying scene. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he slapped down again, and his body shot up again. Chapter 585. But this inexplicable guilt, where did it come from? Yaya somersaulted in the air and smiled foolishly as he yawned, his eyes becoming hazy. The young man's voice was cold and quiet. Yaya, who was completely dumbfounded, sat in the air with a silly smile. Tang Tian was like lightning swept past him. The strong air current sent Yaya flying. Yaya, who was sent flying, was still smiling foolishly. Even his posture did not change. There was no trace of the tyrannical aura from before. Wait a minute. What has this characteristic got to do with me? Distracting thoughts. These are all distracting thoughts. Little fool's godly methods made Tang Tian surprised. But this kind of battle was not the way he liked to fight. He hated the feeling of being wronged. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body trembled. His eyes opened wide. You lied to me? Tang Tian's eyes opened wide, his face full of anger. A perfect disguise. William's disguise previously had completely numbed Tang Tian and Little Fool. With that, the devil flame exploded, dispersing into every corner of Tang Tian's body. Like a zither string being plucked, the devil flame's cold and violent aura, along with the bright red flame, spread out. Silver Realm. My name is William. What qualifications do I have? Tang Tian was completely enraged. Come, let me tell you, what qualifications do I have? Spirit. Tang Tian suddenly stomped his feet, and a circular air shield formed. After continuously trying adaptive for so long, Tang Tian realized he had thought too much. As long as he formed an air shield, he could completely borrow strength. Stepping on the shield, he shot up, his body suddenly increasing in height. The red-haired young man smiled. His eyes cold, flames rose. His body slowly merged into the flames. Roaring like thunder, he opened his arms, 10 fingers like hooks, fire scythe, ghost claw, ready to strike. But there was no pain on Tang Tian's face. There was only endless fanaticism and fighting spirit. The red-haired youth's lips curled into a mocking smile. Under the madness in his eyes, Tang Tian saw an endless ice field. Tang Tian was pulled into a bright red world. A devilish young man with red hair and black eyes, and a pale face suddenly appeared in front of him. In terms of energy control techniques, Sacred Saint Galaxy's Silver Saints were superior, since Heaven's Road's Silver Saints still needed the help of the Spirit Furnace to be able to complete the energy transformation. But in terms of efficiency, Tang Tian felt that Heaven's Road Silver Saints were stronger because of the Spirit Furnace. The short sword was raised horizontally, and his body was like a bow. It was the standard movement of thrusting the sword. He suddenly came to a realization. William had left a deep impression on Tang Tian in the short period of time they had spent together. Beneath his cynicism and craziness was a resolute will that was as firm as iron. After experiencing countless tortures, he was still laughing and talking as before. His saint soul was stripped away, but his corpse did not rot. All the light around his body turned into a sword light that was shaped like a swallow. It flapped its wings and let out a clear cry. As fast as lightning, it pounced towards Tang Tian. Come on! Sun Jie, who was flying at high speed, thrusted his sword out. Until today, when he had gained enlightenment on adaptive force, he had finally conquered the sky and finally found his own fighting style. Tang Tian's sudden burst of strength caused Sun Jie to be shocked. He had never seen such a weird way of advancing. The dense sound of the air shield shattering was like a rapid battle drum, like a surging tide. His fighting intent soared. The refracted figure's aura was rising rapidly. Heaven's Road's low-energy environment caused them to lose at the starting line, but it was also this low-energy environment that created the rich and colorful high-spirit world. Seeing that Yaya was fine, Tang Tian's heart calmed down, and he once again placed his attention on Sun Jie. The sky is beneath my feet. Until now, Little Fool had fainted. Facing such a good opportunity, William tore off his disguise and revealed his true self. The quality of the short sword was much worse than the swift sword, but to deal with an energy impediment, it was enough. The moment this thought popped out, it was immediately rejected by Tang Tian himself. The godlike young lad was naturally the smartest. Everyone has a demon in their heart, and only you understand it. I'm too full. So full that I'm sleepy. What are the advantages of spirits? What are the advantages of heaven's road? This was the question that Tang Tian thought about the most. After mixing with Uncle Bing for so long, Tang Tian finally had a vague idea of strategies and systems. He did not know much about other things. His thoughts were simple. If the gap between them and the Sacred Saint Galaxy was so huge that they could not be crossed, then they would not have the chance to win. This was Tang Tian's first time meeting a true Silver Saint, and he did not expect it to be in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The Silver Saints of the Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road were different. Heaven's Road's Silver Saints had spirit furnaces, and energy transformations were completed inside the spirit furnaces. But Sun Jie was different. Sun Jie did not have a spirit furnace, but directly let the energy collide and complete the energy transformations. Sprinting, rushing with all his might, Tang Tian felt an indescribable satisfaction. He originally liked to rush forward like this, but after stepping into the saint level, the taste of fighting changed. Flying, this was a hurdle that he could not avoid, so he had no choice but to rely more on Little Fool. Living spirits have spirits, which also meant they were very intelligent. The higher the grade of the martial spirit, the more intelligent they would be. This point was very obvious in the aspect of mechanical techniques. The mechanical spirit weapons that Sai Lei created compared to mechanical weapons were much more intelligent and could better support mechanical martial artists. Before coming to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian was already used to the spirit domain furnace. But after coming to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian then knew that not every place could give birth to spirits. No, the biting cold sword aura was filled with an extremely dangerous qi, but this time Tang Tian did not have any intention of retreating. The air shield below his feet seemed to shatter upon contact. He had no choice but to increase the frequency of his dry pull. He felt that he was unprecedentedly fast, so fast that he had to use all the strength in his body to barely control it, no matter how powerful the energy barrier was. So what? Yaya's ferocity similarly shocked Tang Tian. But his first thought was, this fellow eats everything. Will he get diarrhea? But seeing Yaya's satisfied face, it was obvious that there was no problem, but that stupid and dazed look on his face made him look like he ate too much and became stupid. With every step, Tang Tian's speed would increase by a bit. After going through the black gold strengthening, his body was enduring an astonishing load. Towards Yaya, Sun Jie's heart had an indescribable fear. The unknown always made people afraid. But towards Tang Tian, Sun Jie did not have the slightest bit of fear. Such a method of sprinting was truly original, causing his eyes to light up. But such power did not exceed his knowledge, and even confirmed his guess that the opponent was an energy barrier. Sun Jie was a veteran general, and his sensitivity towards qi far surpassed ordinary people. He knew, if he waited for the opponent's qi to completely soar, at that time, even if his own strength was stronger, it would be extremely difficult. As long as he did not let the opponent's qi rise, Sun Jie believed that he would quickly win. And towards Tang Tian's thunder-like attack, a cold light flashed past Sun Jie's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead advanced with a short sword in his hand. Come, let's have a good fight. Silver ranked, be it the Honorable Martial Alliance Temple or even the powerhouses behind Temple. To defeat them, I have to be stronger than them. Silver ranked, in front of me, intelligence is the spirit's greatest characteristic. Compared to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, spirits were unique to Heaven's Road. Any martial techniques, training, mechanical techniques in Heaven's Road All of them were inextricably linked to spirits. That was Tang Tian's thoughts. There were many theories regarding the essence of spirits, but the most mainstream view was that spirits were energy transmuted into spirits. The laboratory had already proven that when the energy concentration exceeded a critical point, the corrosive effect of the energy would be prominent. And not only would the spirit be unable to complete its energy transformation, it would be corroded and completely become energy. He likes to fight. Then let me experience the so-called energy transformation, the so-called silver-ranked realm, comparing realms, Heaven's Road, and the Sacred Saint Galaxy, who were born saints, were on a completely different level. Close combat, fists hitting flesh. That was a true man's fighting style. I only believe in myself. William chuckled, squinting his eyes. He pondered, what a fair fight. Come, I'll let you see my real devil flame, and please let me see, godlike young lad, what qualifications do you have? A dense light aura emitted from his body, wrapping around the short sword in his hand, slowly flowing. In mid-air, his body twisted into a fried dough twist. With a side kick, an air shield appeared horizontally. Stepping on the shield, Tang Tian's body bent, and his speed increased again. Who would care about the thoughts of an ant? Tang Tian's mind trembled. How is that possible? Inside the devil flame, how could there still be a trace of William's consciousness left? Didn't I remove it completely? The whistling sound filled his eardrums. The wind blowing against his face caused him to be unable to open his eyes. Every inch of his skin felt as though it was being cut by knives. The sky rumbled. The ground rumbled. Raging flames covered the ground. A sea of fire, not knowing if it was his blood that was burning with fighting intent or the fighting intent that was burning his blood. Every single nerve in his body was burning red, causing his entire body to tremble. He became even more excited. Then, let's fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. Whoosh! A bright red flame suddenly shot out from his palms. Devil flame. Although we have the same enemy, and I have high hopes for you, but I prefer to personally take revenge. Returning to the most basic question, what was the advantage of Heaven's Road? Being crazy was the type of enemy that every military general hated the most. This kind of person was extremely difficult to deal with, and even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. Tang Tian shook his head, throwing all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He licked his lips, his gaze becoming passionate. With adaptive fire, he could finally fight freely in the air. The devil flame was William's original spirit technique, but this devil flame had its energy removed by Tang Tian, leaving behind only the portion that contained laws. A large number of air shields suddenly appeared in the air. They were distributed in different positions, horizontally, vertically, intersecting. Tang Tian was like a rubber ball, bouncing between the air shields, moving forward. Every time the air shield broke, it would form a ripple in the air. Chapter 586. A qualified old soldier would never leave it to chance. The youth had yet to shine, and was already in his twilight years. Sun Jie's face immediately changed. Even the Honorable Martial Alliance, such a devout place, was unable to endure the torture of the devil flame. Shi Sun was clear that the most important thing was to ensure Master Meng Nan's safety. To Shi Sun, Sun Jiang was nothing to worry about, and the only thing that could pose a threat to them was Sun Jie and his 500 elites. Did he use some shameful methods? Shi Sun sat up straight. It is the first time for a person to defeat us alone. Shi Sun looked at Along. He was too familiar with all of them, and directly said, Along, if you have anything to say, just say it. In a dense forest, Shi Sun's small team was quietly lying in wait. They were getting old. We, the underworld continent's demonic mounts, are destined to die on the battlefield. I am a failed general, and when I was young, I had always been losing. As long as I can still wield my blade, I will fight, No matter how much I am afraid, no matter how much I lose face, no matter how much I am humiliated, no matter how much I lower my voice, I will never give up. If not for Little Fool fainting, he would definitely not dare to act blindly. Little Fool, in his form-spirit state, was his natural enemy, but Tang Tian was a person with pure physical body, and was definitely unable to block the devil flame. The devil flame burned the deepest and most hidden negative desires in a person's heart, and that was why the Honorable Martial Alliance hated him so much. If it was any other time, Shi Sun would definitely not dare to face Sun Jie, who had 500 elites. But Sun Jie was entangled, so Shi Sun was not afraid of the 500 elites. Furthermore, Shi Sun and the rest had just changed their equipment, and their strength had increased greatly, causing him to be more confident. Lung did not dodge, but looked straight into Shi Sun's eyes and said, "General, are we going to follow that brat from now on?" The fire scythe ghost claw that was infused with the devil flame had a qualitative change in power. But Shi Sun knew that caves, forests, and aquatic plants were more suitable for concealment. Shi Sun carefully listened to the scout's report, and as expected, Master Meng Nan was right in front of them. Shi Sun's heart finally settled down. He did not want the master to be killed right after he had pledged his allegiance. That would be too tragic. Every inch of his skin felt like it was about to be torn apart, and that demonic coldness seeped into the deepest parts of his body. Shi Sun laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm old. I don't care about so much. What's the point of saving face?" Of course, when it came to repair skills, doctors were naturally more outstanding. However, the reality was ever-changing. If they did not deal with it in time and something happened, it would be terrible. "General." Many of the soldiers stood up. Lung opened his mouth. He felt regret in his heart. They truly loved and respected Shi Sun from the bottom of their hearts. Without hesitation, he changed his plans and supported Master Meng Nan. Embarrassed, Shi Sun's weathered face had a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed and said, "That guy is right. Humiliation or torture, I had no excuse to retreat. I am the general of a defeated army, a loser. Is there any lack of humiliation? I was just lying to myself before. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I should not give up. Everyone get ready. We'll set off in half an hour." That's right. He could not break the devil flame. But why should he? William's last bit of consciousness was hidden in the flames. He looked at Tang Tian calmly. The devil flame was a spirit technique that he created. It could burn anything, but its strongest point was that it could corrode the mind. Fire scythe ghost claw. Lung's face was flushed red. He argued, "I am not trying to harm the master. I just feel that." "But he killed our men." Lung was stubborn. The 45 underworld continent demonic mounts all screamed with all their might. The whimpering sounds were suppressed in their throats. Many of them turned their heads, not wanting others to see their red eyes. The sky filled with fireflies once again, and in between the fireflies, there were countless of tiny red sparks. Laughter came out from the surroundings. Lung was the most rash and reckless. He loved to take risks. So when they heard Lung say that the plan was risky, everyone felt that it was funny. Their pride, their faith, their friendship. His mouth was filled with bitterness. He extended his hand out to stop his brothers who wanted to console him, his aged voice resonating in the air. "I wonder, will the trade winds of the underworld continent be like the past, mixed with hope and sunshine?" Tang Tian finally understood what form the true devil flame had. The intense and ice-cold flame seeped into every part of his body. The intense pain from every part of his body continuously assaulted Tang Tian. Shi Sun immediately sat down. After the continuous battles, he was somewhat tired. Beside him, Everyone quietly healed their bodies. It was easy to leave behind internal injuries in battle, and if they were not treated in time, the corrosion of the energy would only worsen the injuries. As an old soldier, it was a necessary skill to grasp how to heal one's body. Ah Lung retorted, "That is Sun Jie. As long as Sun Jie is not tied down, then we will be in danger." "General." Ah Lung hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "This plan is too risky. Fight, fight, fight." But when he heard that Sun Jie and Master Meng Nan were fighting one-on-one, he was startled, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sun looked around, seeing the wrinkles on everyone's faces, seeing the scars on everyone's body, seeing the pairs of dim and muddy eyes, like withered old firewood, lit up by sparks. Everyone stopped, their gazes turned towards Sun. Many of their expressions were similar to Ah Lung's. Master Meng Nan had just killed 5 of their brothers, and in the blink of an eye, they had to rely on him, causing them to feel uncomfortable. "Don't forget, we are captives. In other words, at this time, we should be dead. But we are still alive and have changed our bodies." Sun said coldly, "Since we have surrendered, then don't be half-hearted and be unhappy. We do not have the qualifications to be unhappy. We have surrendered, and then plotting against the master. Sun will not do it." But at that moment, Tang Tian's fighting intent was at its most intense. The pain, not only did it not cause him to retreat, but it made him even more furious. He immediately realized that it was a good opportunity. He suddenly pulled out his blade, his hair and beard standing on end. He roared, "Can you all fight?" Everyone became quiet. "We have already lost to this point. What reason do we have to be afraid of losing? We have already lost to this age. Why are we still thinking of giving up? If we are destined to fail, then I want to see the outcome of our failure." Seeing that Ah Lung was about to speak, he cut him off. "Don't find excuses. We are all people on the battlefield. Losing is losing. There is no reason or excuse. Relying on his own strength to defeat us fair and square, I am convinced. That's right, 5 of our brothers died in his hands. If he was the one who caused their deaths, even if I have to risk my life, I will take revenge. But killing on the battlefield, there is nothing to say. We are demonic mounts, people destined to die on the battlefield." The devil flame was the strongest killing technique he had. Tang Tian did not stop for even a moment, as though he did not care about William at all, and locked onto Sun Jie. His face was filled with a sinister smile. Like a burning red iron claw, he brazenly struck out. As long as Tang Tian's state of mind revealed a flaw, the devil flame would take the opportunity to enter, and William would take the chance and hide inside Tang Tian's state of mind, and quietly control Tang Tian's state of mind. At that time, little fool would not be able to do anything to him. Although we are old, we are not defeated. Tang Tian did not care about William, and directly rushed towards Sun Jie. Is this the devil flame? Inexplicably, a surge of hot blood rushed into Sun's chest. Very quickly, about 30 kilometers ahead, energy was fluctuating intensely, proving that there was a battle going on. Sun guessed that Master Meng Nan had encountered Sun Jie and the rest, and had sent out scouts. To the sacred Saint Galaxy people who knew how to fly from birth, they preferred the sky. Just like their cities, they were usually built in the sky, and usually when marching, the majority of the people liked to hide in the sea of clouds. Suddenly, his thoughts went back to 10 years ago. All of the young faces seemed to be right in front of him. Sun, who had white hair at his temples, looked around. All of the faces that were no longer young entered his eyes. All of the silent faces that were filled with scars and vicissitudes of life seemed to be recounting the hardships they had gone through. Ah Lung was crying, "General, don't say any more. My hot blood has not even been ignited. And is it going to turn cold?" Sun wanted to slow down his tone, but his voice was trembling. He thought about the faces that had passed away, thought about the years of war, thought about the many things that had been forgotten. Sher Sun felt that it was strange, and laughed. Since when did Ah Lung feel that the plan is too risky? The laughter disappeared. Everyone knew that Ah Lung was right. Everyone knew how powerful Sun Jie was. To be able to control an army at such a young age, and be hailed as the most promising military general in the vast star continent. And his 8th army was the elite army that the Sun family had created with the power of the entire family. Tang Tian laughed, his expression sinister. His reaction was out of William's expectations. What brat? Sher Sen's face darkened. That is Master Meng Nan. His luck was good. Not long after he came out, he met a small group, and then received the news of Sun Jie leading the troops. He was immediately shocked. He was extremely clear of Sun Jie's power. If Master Meng Nan and the rest were to rush over, wouldn't they be meeting them head-on? Sher Sun suddenly roared out hysterically, causing everyone to be startled. They all stood up, wiped their tears, and quietly packed up their equipment. From a logical point of view, everyone felt that the general's plan was too risky. The devil flame was wreaking havoc in Tang Tian's body. I am old now. I don't have many years left. Maybe I won't be able to fight anymore. But I don't want to die on my bed. I will always think about the time in the underworld continent. Oh, that cloud tree. We would drink and boast. Zhu said he wanted to marry 6 wives. Hun said he wanted to buy a street of shops. I will always think about, before he died, he was trembling in my arms. He said he was afraid. He told me, don't abandon him. I told him, I will not abandon him. I will build a big ancestral hall for my brothers. I also told him, you have to protect us from the heavens. Although we are crippled, we are still here. Devil Flame, he was waiting for an opportunity, although he did not know what he had discovered. But for Sun Jie to fight one-on-one, to Sher Sun was giving up his biggest advantage. And hearing that the elites of the army were watching from the side, a brazen plan formed in Sher Sen's mind. I am old. You guys are old too. Are we going to wither before our dreams are realized? Chapter 587. Sun Jie's defense did not have any flaws. Facing Tang Tian's endless attacks, he quickly reacted. The shattered swifts, before they dissipated, would be eaten by the other swifts, greatly reducing the rate of energy consumption. The second light swallow instantly turned into powder under the fist. The fireflies and fiery sand that filled the sky were like a dream. Suddenly, William frowned. He suddenly realized something that was not logical. Tang Tian did not know how powerful William was in the past, but the devil flame was able to make Sun Jie, who was in the realm of silver, feel fear and was extremely powerful. As long as he felt that Tang Tian had the strength to kill those people, it would be fine. The frequency of the vibrations to Sun Jie was also extremely easy. But that was using energy. If he did not use energy, he would not be able to do it. William hid in the devil flame, watching the battle closely. Tang Tian's display of talent in battle made him full of praise. Tang Tian, who was in battle, was extremely sharp. He could always think of all sorts of strange fighting methods. For a low-level martial technique, like the Great Avalanche, there was nothing special about its core. But there were extremely few people who would use it purely with their body. The reason was very simple, because their body could not withstand such a high-frequency vibration. Before their fists had even struck the enemy, their body would first collapse. His opponent was a person with a disability, and under the situation of not using any energy and purely relying on the strength of his body to be able to do such a thing, he had never heard of it before. Tang Tian's physical strength was already completely exhausted. The sea of blood in the Gemini furnace was extremely shriveled up and was suppressed to a corner by the sea of energy. What was worse was that Tang Tian was still attacking with all his might. The blood furnace's self-protection instincts were immediately activated. The blood furnace started to revolve crazily and started to absorb everything that could be absorbed. Swallow protection in his hands, compared to the second platoon, was not inferior at all. The flying light swallows dispersed the fireflies and fiery sand. The fiery sand that was dispersed did not drift far, but formed a thick layer of broken aura around the light circle. He carefully recalled the feeling of hitting the light swallows. Something was wrong. The battle became more and more intense. Tang Tian was trying out new fighting methods, while Sun Jie was slowly getting used to Tang Tian's attacks. As soon as he steadied himself, Tang Tian charged forward again. Although Tang Tian's attacks were ferocious, his realm was too low, so it didn't consume too much of his energy. In terms of the amount of energy, Sun Jie had enough confidence. If the battle entered a stalemate, it would be even more advantageous for him. This body was too ferocious. He only wanted this result. Whether he lived or died, whether he dissipated or existed, no matter who did it, no matter what happened to the world, he only wanted this result. But how could that fellow be so sure that he would be able to complete his plan before the devil flame corroded him? The success of the first punch allowed Tang Tian to quickly grasp the knack of the technique. The frequency of the second punch sharply increased. In this blurry dream, Tang Tian stepped through the air and raised his fist high. His entire body was like a stretched bowstring as he punched the circle of light. Could it be that he had found a way to deal with him? Whoosh! A few light swallows nimbly blocked Tang Tian's fist. However, it was already too late. The world is so quiet. Tang Tian sighed and completely ignored his own roars that never stopped. His body and mind seemed to be separated. Tang Tian felt that his thoughts were somewhat detached. For example, the devil flame. Even William himself was unable to predict it. He believed that Tang Tian did not know either. Hey, Red Devil, goodbye. Tang Tian continued to change his martial techniques. Flash fist, great avalanche, heavenly dragon energy. When the light swallows and the opponent's fist came into contact, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The opponent's fist actually contained a shockingly high frequency of vibrations. In a short moment, it had over 200 vibrations and directly destroyed the light swallows. And did he not think of the consequences of doing so? After absorbing the devil flame, what kind of changes would it bring to his body? It was just that Crazy Tang had already set his mind to destroy him no matter what. He was truly ruthless and decisive. To destroy the enemy, he did not even leave a path of retreat for himself. The devil flame that had dispersed into every corner of Tang Tian's body to the current blood furnace was undoubtedly a great tonic. As a military general, he had very few chances to fight alone, and it was rare for him to meet such an interesting opponent. To be able to sharpen his own strength, it was not a wasted trip. Tang Tian's face became even more distorted. He continuously inhaled cold air. His plan had finally succeeded, but in his eyes, beneath the burning fighting intent, was a bone-chilling cold indifference. Of course, what made William even more surprised was Tang Tian's body. It was truly a perfect body. He dared to believe that if Gui Wu saw this body, he would also be moved and would take action to snatch it. Why did Tang Tian ignore him? He could feel the ghost king blazing firefly's energy in the light swallows. Could it be the so-called energy transformation was actually the combustion of energy, and his ghost king blazing firefly was just that the combustion was not sufficient? And different from the other blood meridian saints, Tang Tian's outer appearance did not have any changes. William was extremely knowledgeable and had long made a few guesses about the situation. The light swallow that was struck by the fist suddenly shattered like an avalanche and disappeared in the air. Sun Jie's eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. William squinted his eyes. He was looking forward to it. Even if he was in Tang Tian's position, he would not be able to think of any way to break out of the situation. Tang Tian treated him like air and completely ignored his existence. William regained his composure. He admired Crazy Tang even more. He did not care about death. He did not care about his reputation. He did not care about Tang Tian's hatred and disgust towards him. Tang Tian, who was flying backwards, his toes pointed in the air, bang, bang, bang. He continuously stepped on a few air shields before he stabilized himself. Bang! After flying for over 10 m, Tang Tian finally recovered. He continuously stepped on adaptive pull and finally stabilized himself. His eyes were filled with splendor. Was this the energy after energy transformation? Godlike young lad, don't disappoint me. Sun Jie was not surprised that Yen Hu blocked the opponent's fist. He was a silver saint. If his energy barrier was so easily broken, that would be a joke. Furthermore, he was an energy handicap. That fist did not have any energy at all. Although Tang Tian was still sent flying, but his heart was filled with joy. The great avalanche that purely used his physical body was much more powerful than his great bone snow. He did not understand why. As long as it was useful, Sun Jie was surprised. He could see that Tang Tian was already at the end of his rope. As time passed, the opponent's chances of winning were getting smaller. But why was he still attacking so crazily without caring about anything? The energy barrier was the most commonly used martial technique, and Sun Jie was definitely outstanding. Tang Tian once again stepped on the air. His speed was as fast as lightning, full of impact. He was inspired by the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, since he did not rely on his physical body strength, and was able to achieve Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Then other martial techniques could also be achieved. Sun Jie checked the energy in his body, and his heart calmed down. This thought suddenly popped out. He was deep in thought, but without hesitation, he rushed forward. But he had too many ideas in his heart to verify it was the best chance to fight. Stepping on the air, he advanced in a zigzag line. Like lightning, the strong wind swept past Tang Tian's face, but it was unable to cool down his boiling body. For example, Great Avalanche, the martial techniques that he had trained in before, in his hands were constantly changing, and he constantly had new discoveries. In the past, he thought that the essence of these martial techniques was the use of energy, but now that he was using his physical body strength, he was able to reinterpret these martial techniques. And he was shocked to discover that the power of the martial techniques did not decrease, but instead increased. All of the devil flame in Tang Tian's body was swept clean, all absorbed into his blood vessels. Every blood vessel burst open, the flames flowed, and Tang Tian's entire body seemed to be covered with red-hot steel bars. Sun Jie stared at Tang Tian in a daze. How did he do it? In terms of danger, he far surpassed Sun Jie, and William believed that Tang Tian would not be able to see it. Never underestimate the crazy Tang Tian in battle. The Tang Tian in battle had a beast-like intuition towards danger, and this was something that even William could not compare to. The evolution of Tang Tian's body did not rely on energy, it strengthened the power of the physique. Could the pure power of the physique be strengthened to such a shocking degree? In truth, William understood. Sun Jie immediately activated his energy barrier. He could sense the danger, especially the bright red fiery sand. The aura it emitted was foreign and dangerous. It was obviously a power that he could not comprehend. He was not anxious to counterattack. The opponent's techniques were constantly changing. It was endless, and it opened Sun Jie's eyes towards an unknown martial technique. Sun Jie was extremely cautious, but he was looking forward to it. Such an opportunity did not come by often. The surging energy suddenly exploded, and Tang Tian felt as though he was struck by a wild beast. He groaned and was unable to react in time, and was sent flying like a ball. William could feel the strong suction force, and could not help but laugh bitterly. He did not expect that Tang Tian would actually think of such an idea. It was a good idea. William's strand of consciousness could only exist in the devil flame, and before it corroded Tang Tian's consciousness, he would let the blood furnace absorb the devil flame and his consciousness, and the devil flame would be digested and absorbed by the blood furnace. His physical strength was quickly depleting, although his current physical body was tyrannical, but clashing with the Silver Saint consumed an astonishing amount of energy, and very quickly he was perspiring profusely and gasping for breath. White fireflies and red fiery sand danced in the sky. And at that moment, William's strand of consciousness fluctuated intensely. He finally understood Tang Tian's intention. William was calmly pulled into the blood, and in the boiling hot blood, his strand of consciousness quickly melted, and before it completely melted, he laughed at himself. Maybe he was a good nourishment. Bang, bang, bang. But he did not stop and continued to attack in a berserk manner. He suddenly realized that there was a huge deviation in his understanding back then. The world was quiet. Tang Tian's distorted face released unconsciously roars, as though only by doing that could he alleviate the pain of the devil flame. His gaze never left Sun Jie for a moment. I wish you luck. The fireflies and fiery sand sealed the battlefield. Both parties clashed intensely. The blood vessels on Tang Tian's body formed a bottomless black hole, crazily absorbing the devil flame. All the devil flame was being absorbed into the blood. Sun Jie's senses were not wrong. Tang Tian was using great avalanche. Suddenly, Sun Jie's gaze turned sluggish. It was another punch. William was truly a genius. Chapter 588. Everyone who reacted immediately followed the adjutant and flew towards the intense battle in the sky. A few of the weaker soldiers did not even have the time to make a sound, and fell down from the sky. The adjutant's exclamation caused the troops to be in an uproar. All of the soldiers' faces changed. The might of the Empyrean ice tree spear caused everyone to change. It was the most feared weapon of the blue dwarves. An intense fear enveloped his entire body. The enemy suddenly became a stranger. There was nothing worse than that. The explosive sound caused him to be extremely focused. He could not care about anything else, and only knew how to crazily wave the short sword in his hand. The light swallows flying around Sun Jie continued to be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the number of light swallows decreased. His yen protection became sparse. The shattered auras of the light swallows transformed into mist. Am I emitting smoke? Tang Tian was clear of the power of an army. Furthermore, Sun Jie was an outstanding military general. Ka. The sea of blood released a strong pressure, pushing the sea of energy to a corner, compressing it into a small ball. Sun Jie's adjutant saw that the situation was bad, and without caring about anything else, he shouted, "Support, master!" Just at that moment, the bronze boxes that flew in front of them all shattered. If not for the fact that Tang Tian's appearance was completely unrelated to the blue dwarfs, they would have thought that Tang Tian was a blue dwarf. After absorbing the devil flame, his zero-energy body finally had a qualitative leap. The gray flames was the power of the zero-energy body. It was too timely. His speed could not catch up to the enemy. That meant that he had lost the initiative, which meant that he was unable to get rid of the enemy and return to the formation. His heart was filled with regret. He originally thought that he would win the battle, but he had actually fallen into such a desperate situation. The situation did not allow him to hesitate. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Frontline defense!" Tang Tian felt extreme pain. Every blood vessel in his body felt as though they were about to explode, and at the same time, there was an intense burning sensation. The gray flames were faint, revolving around Tang Tian's fist, and did not dissipate. Tang Tian immediately decided to delay the enemy. Most importantly, he could not let Sun Jie and his subordinates meet up. Once Sun Jie and his army converged, then he and Shi Sen's group would definitely not be a match for them. The moment the avarice black devil disappeared, Tang Tian's body shook, and the bulging veins quickly dissipated. The fresh blood in the blood furnace started to flow along his blood vessels, flowing into every corner of Tang Tian's body. This was his spoil of war from the blue sea of light. The blue dwarves used it as a javelin, and Tang Tian was very clear about its power. Even Ling Su was caught off guard and was tricked. All of the Empyrean ice tree branches shattered. The blue energy, like a cold wave, spread across half of the team. The strange energy seeped into their bodies. What was that? Apart from the color of the sea of blood becoming brighter, there seemed to be no other changes. Dozens of rays of blue light entered the group. How could Tang Tian not notice such a big movement? His mood instantly became extremely terrible. Tang Tian decided to name it Null Flames. He had never seen such a weird flame before. The null flames were neither hot nor cold, and if any objects without energy touched it, they would not have any reaction. It only had an astonishing destructive power towards energy, and any energy that touched it would instantly be destroyed. The reason why he was able to pierce through the Swallow Protection's outer layer of defense so easily was because of the null flame's destructive effect towards energy. Tang Tian's mind suddenly popped out with such a ridiculous thought. He was amused by himself. He wanted to smile, but it was uglier than crying. The adjutant exclaimed out in shock. His face changed. Only blue dwarves had Empyrean ice tree spears, and only high-level blue dwarves had them. How could he have so many Empyrean ice tree spears? The wooden chest suddenly shattered, and the things inside, like a black rainstorm, shot towards them. What made him even more ecstatic was the gray flames coiling around his fist. Sun Jia was scared out of his wits. He never thought that Tang Tian would suddenly become so powerful. As long as he had a bit more time. The wooden chest that was the size of a table was raised up high by Tang Tian and fiercely thrown towards the incoming group of people. The adjutant's eyes congealed, and he subconsciously slowed down. The opponent's speed suddenly became extremely fast, and Sun Jia suddenly realized that he could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Tang Tian's heart was filled with unwillingness, but he knew that if he was surrounded by the 400 elites, even if he had just broken through, he would die here. But the surprise that Tang Tian had given them was not over. Bang! But it is rather interesting. Sun Jia was cautious and did not attack. The opponent's appearance was too terrifying, and he did not know what had happened to him. He was not too worried. Even if the opponent had broken through, he would definitely not be able to become a Silver Saint from Energy Barrier. For the sake of delaying these people, why would Tang Tian hold back? With the Empyrean ice tree branches, a wooden chest appeared in Tang Tian's hands. Bang! The purified devil flame was continuously being absorbed by the sea of blood, causing the sea of blood to become even brighter, but the temperature quickly dropped, and the sea of blood once again became calm. Black demon of desire. The black mist rumbled, roaring incessantly. They rapidly shrunk, and in the next moment transformed into a strange-looking demon, standing there coldly. Its skinny body was formed from countless of tiny greedy dark worms. The greedy dark worms did not have a physical body, and were a part of the desire law. Empyrean ice tree spear. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the sea of blood swallowed the flames, it would spit out black fragments. In the blink of the eye, the black fragments would cover the entire sea of blood, transforming into an endless black mist. These black fragments were the laws contained in the devil flame, representing the laws of the dark side of desire. Tang Tian noticed Sun Jia's panic at the first moment, and without hesitation, he attacked again. He clenched his teeth, not being stingy with the energy in his body. The short sword in his hand continued to dance. Light swallows after light swallows flew out from the blade and entered the circle of light. The potential that burst forth from the moment of life and death allowed him to break through his limits. The light swallows entered the circle of light like rain. A blue light blossomed from Tang Tian's hands. Damn it! Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian's hands suddenly had a bunch of blue tree branches. A cold light aura suddenly surged out from the small bronze box. Damn it! Just give me a little more time. Just a little more time, and Sun Jie will not be able to hold on. He acutely sensed that the frequency at which Sun Jie waved the short sword was decreasing, proving that the energy in his body was being consumed to the limit. Not right. His face changed. The intense sense of danger caused all the hairs on his body to stand. A fist had suddenly appeared in front of him, but now the zero energy body's ability had finally appeared. If he was hit by that fist, his brain would have been smashed like a watermelon. Pa! In the dense and clear explosion, Tang Tian was like a zigzagging lightning. Before the ripples in the air had even spread out, he had already appeared in front of Sun Jie. How is that possible? He completely did not know how the opponent broke through the outer layer of the yen protection. His yen protection did not have any blind spots. Every light swallow's judgment of the attack was extremely accurate. The fear of death made Sun Jie throw away all the distracting thoughts and frantically blocked Tang Tian's attack. The adjutant's face changed and anxiously reminded, "Be careful!" But it was already too late. They were worried about their master's life, and all of them sprinted forward at full speed. And the ice tree branches that Tang Tian had thrown out, he used all his strength. He felt that he had never felt so powerful before. Tang Tian was extremely happy at the moment. The surging power filled his entire body. He felt that his body was like an ocean. With every move he made, he had the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The explosions that sounded like frying beans continued to sound out from Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's body was trembling like a sieve. The warm flow dispersed into his 4 limbs and 5 bones. His entire body felt as though it was wrapped in warm seawater. It was extremely comfortable. This was the true reason why the devil flame was so strong. The avarice black devil was scattered in the devil flame. As long as any of the avarice dark worms entered the opponent's mind, it would either be invisible or incinerated. He could feel that his body was undergoing an astonishing change. His bones had become even more compact and sturdy. His muscles had become even more tenacious and firm, filled with explosive power. Even his skin had become like metal paper. From the looks of it, Tang Tian did not seem to have any changes. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. He was about to retreat, but suddenly from the corner of his eyes, he saw a small black dot in the distance. He was startled and immediately became ecstatic. It was the underworld system demonic mounts, led by Shursen. With a sudden roar, Tang Tian gathered all the strength in his body and threw out the ice tree branches in his hands. Inside the Gemini furnace, the sea of blood was boundless, churning and roaring, the bewitching red gigantic waves, swallowing and spitting out flames. The sky full of fireflies and fiery sand all dissipated, and Tang Tian's figure was revealed to everyone. Sun Jie felt that he did not come for nothing, although he was energy retarded, but he had all sorts of methods, causing him to widen his horizons. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Tang Tian, who was opposite him, had smiled at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. The light aura from the 3 light swallows was like a light mist hitting his face, causing Sun Jie to be at a loss. This guy, what relationship does he have with the blue dwarves? The soldiers in front all lit up their energy shields, preparing to defend against the attack. The opponent's fist was less than half a meter away from his face and was blocked by the 3 light swallows. Any blood meridian would have its own unique ability, and when the blood meridian evolved to a certain realm, these abilities would be unlocked. Tang Tian's zero energy body had never displayed any special abilities. other than his body becoming stronger, there did not seem to be any other benefits. But the blue dwarfs would never sell the Empyrean ice tree spears. Countless of grandmasters were curious about the legendary sharp weapon, but the market was unable to buy the Empyrean ice tree spears. Pa, the black devil of greed melted like a snow puppet, but a pity it met the blood furnace, which only had the purest power of blood meridians, and only the laws that could be assimilated into the blood meridians would it choose. The seemingly undying black devil of greed, facing the pure power of the physique, was unable to resist at all and was smashed into pieces. The fist struck one of the light swallows. Bang! The light swallows were smashed into pieces. His pupils dilated. He could not believe it, and in that moment, he actually lost his reaction. Only then did the adjutant see clearly that what was flying towards them were all square bronze boxes.